enjoying and participating in their Jew hatred.
You should shave your beard.
Why?
Because it's like a bit messy down here. Yeah.
Do you don't know about different cultures, or do you just think you do?
No, I don't know about different cultures.
You always go around telling people of color what to do, how to dress. No, I don't. I'm not asking you. Do you always go around telling people of color how to dress and how to look?
I want to hear about Daniel's breakfast.
Yeah.
That deflection. So the white anti-fascist being called out for his actual racism, and he's deflecting by talking about nothing.
Did you?
Listen, stick to what you do, Bear. Your racism.
Take your mask off, bro, and talk to me. Don't be a coward, bro. Don't be a coward, man. What's with the umbrella, man? I'm just trying to cover what's happening here.
Why wouldn't I be out? Why? Because you guys are so peaceful. Because you're so peaceful. You're all so peaceful. I wouldn't be here, the Jews wouldn't be here if the police weren't here to protect them. Making the point that they are a violent mob.
I'll stop now because you're asking me quite aggressive questions.
Well, I think
and
the
I
whole
didn't ask to be interviewed. This is an interview done against my approval.
The vaccination is also the vaccine.
If this interview
people are forced vaccinated, do you think that's okay? That's against their will, and that's WHO pushed the vaccine.
No, I have never called for forced vaccination myself.
Why is that not the WHO official position?
I am not giving the WHO official position. Gosh, you're an aggressive interviewer.
What are you talking about? You're a wedding photographer. Please, do not talk to me.
We just had a guy tell us all about the working class, and you're telling me that wedding photographers can't do this kind of work.
Wedding photographers below your white privilege?
I think, actually, no, you're right. I got an answer. No, I just think I'm better than you two fucking idiots.
You said, yeah, that's fine.
Nothing to do with class or race or any of these things.
You brought up my job. You brought up my job.
Anti-fascist, and then he went straight to making fun of him like the person of colour is below him, the holy white man. Shame on you, you racist bigot. How do you put up with him if he's still voting for Dan Andrews?
Well,
we have a fight over it.
If he,
did you have a fight over it?
Oh, no.
if he gives me my pocket money and doesn't complain.
I'm a traditionalist, traditional man, yeah.
Yes, he is, and I love him.
God bless you
He's a
both.
good cook, and I'm the provider.
He provides the money, I cook up the 5-star.
You are the sweetest couple. I'll even forgive you that you voted Daniel Andrews in.
Don't worry, I'm taking him back to the nursing home.
What are you scared of medicine for, you coward?
I'm not a coward, man.
Yeah, buddy, woo! Say hey, go people, be here.
When someone's like talking about something that directly affects you and they have no skin in the game. None, nada, zero.
How do you feel about Israel and Palestine?
I mean, I don't think the genocide in Gaza is good.
Do you have skin in the game?
That's like a little bit of a different issue, though. Like, we're talking about like the health.
No, but I'm just trying to make the point here. You have a really strong opinion about Israel. I'm applying your same argument back at you. You don't know what you're talking about. You've got no skin in the game. And
I'm okay.
Okay. Funny how her logic only applies to her political foes. Imagine my shock. You're not happy about the crowd?
Hey?
You're not happy about them?
Isn't it a Nazi protest?
Where's there a Nazi?
Huh?
Where do you see a Nazi?
Well, that's just what I heard. Either way, alt-right.
Who's alt-right, though?
These guys.
What makes them alt-right? Because they don't like Daniel Andrews.
Sure, I don't know. I'm not.
So what is it? You're the one sticking your finger up at him.
You're the one like harassing me over this.
You just stood here and stuck your finger up at a crowd, took a photo. So I think it's fair game. If you're willing to put all these people on your social media with a finger, calling them alt-right Nazis, I think it's pretty fair for me to come and ask you why.
That is true, yes, fair enough.
So why?
Because I just don't agree with them.
What don't you agree with?
Any of their stances, I think.
Give me one of them. One of their stances.
All right, tell me what their position is.
But you're the one that's standing against them. Surely you know.
Okay, cool. I gotta go.
So you don't know?
He's asked you before to step back.
No, he's asked me to get away because he doesn't want me here. That's very different, and you're breaking my meter in half. Same thing.
Yeah, is the reason you don't have a mask on for them?
Yep. We've been through this with your legal department about 5 minutes ago. You might want to ask your superiors about it.
I'll ask you. Why?
You don't have to wear it when you're working like this.
Is that right?
Yeah, go. Call the media. Call the department again.
And your name?
Avraham Yemini.
Do you have your media pass?
Not on me, no. You don't. Mate, you want to call your superiors, you're going to go through this again.
I just need to know who you are.
Avraham Yemini, Rebel News, on my thing. Your intimidation tactics are not going to work.
I'm not trying to intimidate.
Ah, yeah, you are, because you know exactly who I am, mate.
So you're working for media, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You're spraying the media department, no issues.
Yep.
You don't have to wear your face mask while you're doing
Yep.
this, but just make sure that if you're just talking to the guys that you do put your face mask on for it,
Yep.
okay?
I'm going in and out of it, but I don't appreciate where they tell you that they don't want me in the park, so I've got to go, because if we go by that logic, most of the people in this park don't want you in the park.
Okay, listen to me. Listen.
So do you see how, if you want to apply that logic, it's got to be even?
Are you going to let me speak?
What?
Like I said, we've accepted that you're media. Okay.
Oh, thank you. You've accepted. No, but I don't need you to, because I don't need you, because I've come here from the minute I've walked here, and you guys have been confrontational.
Let's go.
There you go. They want you to work with them when it suits them, but they could come up and confront you at any time. That is the definition of a police state. And everybody at home that's apathetic, you let this happen. Why have you been told you have to move on? Can I understand that? Because that's a bit more.
She has to move on now. She's already been given an infringement. Okay?
I've got the infringement. We're taking care of that for her, but we want to understand why she's been.
It's been explained to her. We're not going to
Can I understand? Because the lawyer would like to know. We're taking this fight on for her, and would like to know why she's been given. She lives in the area, so she's legally allowed here.
We're not going to discuss that with you. She's been given her direction. She knows.
What direction has she been given? What direction? She doesn't know. She doesn't understand. So you're abusing your power. You're kicking a woman out from her own neighbourhood park because you think you have some sort of authority that you don't hold. You can't do that to locals.
Everyone was being sprayed and it's just chaos here. And I think it's completely unnecessary chaos because the people have already gathered here. They're already protesting. This is just a show of force, a show of control.
We've done more for climate change than you have.
Yeah? What have you done?
We've done.
How did you get here?
We've done more for climate change than you have.
How did you get here?
Okay, see you later.
Naz, how did you get here? How did you get here? How many in your entourage? You eat meat? I eat meat.
What's your footprint?
But I'm not the one here. I'm not the one standing here pretending that I stand for all these things.
I'm doing good, brother. How are you?
But you do, mate. You do. There you go. The biggest hypocrite on YouTube.
People who wave swastikas vote for Trump, and I will vote for everything against somebody who waves a swastika.
Okay, well, that's kind of like really simplistic, but
it is simplistic.
A couple of weeks ago,
because they're fucking Nazis.
But on the other.
No, but you are. But if you.
Oh, but I am.
No. That's not what I mean.
I just can't make sense of it. Where in a Western democracy, the media is not only not safe, they seem to have been targeted in that situation.
Yeah, I can't speak for exactly what the police were doing there and what was happening, but definitely you can see my face and you can see what happened.
Good on him. Why don't you wear another? Why don't you put another mask on? You're putting us all at risk.
Why don't you off?
Yeah, you're the one that walked to me.
Why don't you off?
How does it feel knowing that your group attacked the only here?
So you should
Where are you from? Where are you from?
off.
Where are you from? Why are you? Wear another mask.
Off.
You look like the Nazis the way you're dressed. You look exactly like the Nazis. Don't touch.
There's two groups gathered here. You've got the Free Palestinian side, the pro-Palestinian side. On the other side, you've got a small group of Israelis there. They're from the community. This is most likely their neighborhood.
They claim it's not about anti-Semitism, but they keep throwing coins, throwing notes, showing us notes. This is 100% about Jews, not about Israel. And we've imported this hate, and their useful idiots on the left are enjoying and participating in their Jew hatred.
You should shape your beard.
Why?
Because it's like a bit messy down here. Yeah.
You don't know about different cultures, or do you just think you do?
No, I don't know about different cultures.
You always go around telling people of color what to do, how to dress. No, I don't. I'm asking you. Do you always go around telling people of color how to dress and how to look?
I want to hear about Daniel's breakfast.
Yeah.
That's about deflection. So the white anti-fascist being called out for his actual racism, and he's deflecting by talking about another.
Did you?
Listen, stick to what. G'day. That actually, that actually automatically, I did that. Although everything else is crashing out on me at the moment. How are we doing, Rukhshan? Welcome to the Opposition podcast.
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. Welcome everyone as well to the Opposition podcast. It's been a eventful few days since our live stream on Sunday. At this point, a lot of things have happened, Avi, and I was doing my show yesterday, Rukhshan on X, just to give you a plug. And I was telling everyone, like, I'm not going to go through all the details on my show because I want to wait till we're both together on the Opposition podcast to unpack it together.
I was watching. I super chatted you for the first. It is the first and last super chat I've ever done. Don't follow my lead, people. You guys should super chat, but I did it, and I even did the because I didn't even know how they work. Like, to be able to do more words, you actually need to pay more. And I dug deep and I did it.
Someone was saying that's probably the most workout your wallet has ever had.
Most workout. Yes, I was listening. It's quite interesting. And then Rhonda was telling me, "Oh, why don't you just put it on the big screen?" I'm like, "I'm not. What? Aren't we watching our show? What do you mean? Put it on the? I'm not putting Rook." And then we put Rukhshan on the big screen.
Rhonda told me that whenever I go on my show and I do my show by myself, all you do is sit there and watch it. So you are one of my biggest fans.
I am one of your biggest fans. And well, let's start the show here. Thank you for everyone for joining today. And I actually want to start it by thanking everyone just for the immense, broad support over the last couple days. Well, since Sunday. Like, it's all kind of blending into one for me because I've been so stuck in the producing. What people probably don't realize is a lot of my content I don't necessarily edit, but when it comes to these ones, I do. And I'm really involved in it because I think they're kind of complex. So they, in this one specifically, that was 4 hours. Our live stream was 4 hours. And the average person probably only watched maybe half an hour. And so much happened in that 4 hours. And I want to tell the story, and it's important, but also there was newsworthy things along the way. Like, for example, on the day, I thought one of the most important things to put out straight away, which we both had the same thought because we published that little piece at the same time, was
no coordination whatsoever. We that way.
Literally just posted because we saw what the media was saying already, as expected. In fact, the whole day I was telling you what the media was going to report. And when we got that clip, I thought that is the perfect thing to, in 1 minute, to show everyone it's not true. And that was the two African Australian boys singing the Australian anthem, loving it, arms around. Well, it was actually an Italian guy and another Serbian. Like, it was just this mix of different cultures, and it was the opposite to racism. People were excited by the fact that it wasn't about white Australia or something like that. So we put that up, and then on Monday when I saw the headline, started producing the 4 hours of content. And the way I do it is I essentially put the entire 4 hours on the timeline. Plus, we have the multi-cameras. So when people are watching the live feed, they just get that feed. But then when I put it on the timeline, I'm putting all the cameras in there, plus the cameras that weren't like the 360. That's why there's going to be with the attack with Daniel and all that, there's going to be the angles and the shots that nobody's seen, and you get to see a lot more because we've got the 360 cameras running as well. And I put that on the timeline, and then I kind of watch it through, and I do my first round is go through the 4 hours and just cut the interviews, just generally what I want to keep and interactions I want to keep, and then. But I do it at 2 times speed, but that takes a few hours, and then you get to, and you just break it down until you can tell you've got exactly what you want to use, which is where I'm basically at now. And then it's about refiguring how to place everything so that there's a story, and it tells a story that you think is important.
Yeah, and I think that's the best way you can produce news, to be honest. Especially for an event like this, to have the live stream, which is.
That is a game changer for me, because I hated in COVID is that I had this same process, but I felt like I was only publishing the story 2 days later. Whereas now I'm not as stressed. I want to get I want to get it good so that the viewer understands what actually happened there.
Exactly.
Instead of trying to beat the clock. Whereas now I know we've done the newsworthy. In fact, we killed the newsworthy. Like, how good do you feel about the viewer numbers that we got and the quality of live stream that we got?
Yeah, I mean, across all the platforms, I think on the day of the live stream, we had about 500,000 people at different
Almost,
times
yeah.
tuning in.
Yep.
The live from all around the world, and obviously a lot from Australia. And then after that, I think it's probably crossed over 1 million whatever views.
Oh, it's well over a minute. I think it's like
Yeah.
1.5 by this point, and that's a live stream.
Yeah.
Like that's
And then obviously, like, because when you do a live stream, Avi, everyone then clips the live stream, puts up their
nice.
own clips, and it's interesting to watch back when you come home and you see what everyone's kind of taken from that live stream and how they've interpreted events and things as well. Like, our live stream is not going to give the full context of what happened. It's just through the perspective of where we were at that particular moment.
Sure,
but it still maintains a record of what we saw and witnessed in its full. And then you'll do your edit, and people will be like, "Oh, well, you're making decisions to edit certain things in and out." But that's a part of news telling, right? That's how you do it. Whereas on the news, mostly on the 6 o'clock news, what do you get? You get like a 30-second, 1 minute clip, and a lot of them have been over the last couple of days just calling people nuts. And look, there is some. We're going to get into this, I'm sure, in a deep way over the next couple of hours. But there is some validity to some of the things that are being said, but it doesn't represent the overall picture of what happened that day. And that is the power of doing a live stream, I think, because it really gives people that ammunition that they need to say, look, go watch a live stream, see what actually happened on the day. And I think we did that pretty well in terms of capturing different types of things that happened that day, and the overwhelmingly majority of people that were there, peace-loving Australians that love the country and are not racist and not what's been represented on by the media or by the politicians.
Well, it was the thing that I found fascinating from it all, because I know we readjusted, or what's the word I'm trying to think of? Essentially, what happened that night on the media was exactly as I'd expected all day, and I'd been predicting, and that's the reason why I was encouraging people to share it, and so they couldn't gaslight us and just focus on things. It was exactly that. But then by the next day, by the morning time, like even Talkback Radio, I had Talkback Radio on because I have ABC. I'm a nut. I have ABC on. I have Talkback Radio on, and it depends what time of the day, which one's like louder. But just to kind of follow to see what the agenda is and what's going on, and I heard Talkback Radio, and people were mentioning the live feed. And in fact, I went to an event last night, just a birthday party late, and everybody in the room was talking about this live stream. The security that I hired. Not just Daniel, but they were talking. They were saying their friends were like messaging them about it's like everybody had watched this, and what it did was, it brought the discussion back to a much more honest place. Even the Prime Minister after that was forced, and I'm not taking full credit for it, but I do believe that there is something to it. The fact that the Prime Minister realised calling everyone Nazis and saying to people you shouldn't call everyone Nazis is only because it was such a ridiculous lie. And that is because it was live. So imagine the mainstream media whose entire footage and everything they focused on was essentially, most of it, like Channel 9 put those black kids in for a second, so there were little snippets, but the majority of them focused mainly on the neo-Nazis. And then when you actually go back and watch it live, you realise, like, imagine the mainstream media had a live feed just on the Nazis the whole time. What people would have realised is, why are you not showing us everything we see in the peripheral of your shot? Because there was so much more happening, and we were like walking in and out, following. There was a lot that we couldn't capture because you can't be in 10 places at once. But you got an actual sense of the size of the rally and how insignificant, really, by size, by numbers, the Nazis were, and also how people's reaction to the Nazis were beyond the couple of meters of the Nazis. Because remember, this was a tactic of the Nazis clearly across the country, was to hijack the front of the march. In Melbourne, they managed to fully take over the control of it because there was no one who was like in charge, so it was them. They took control of it. They led this march. They took the stage or whatever, invited themselves on. But then when you look past it, so even when you look at I saw TikToks, I was trying to find it for this. if you look, I saw in TikTok there was, you had all the Nazis were posting their own versions of the videos, like of their speeches or other people, and they're clapping for themselves, they're booing other people. But when you go 2 or 3 people back, what you notice, like when Tom Sewell was talking, all you heard was booing when he went up. All you heard was, like, the crowd was not theirs. They were not, it wasn't, but the mainstream media, they didn't care because they wanted to perpetuate.
I mean, it suits them. That's what they wanted. That's what they portrayed it as before the march was going to happen.
Exactly.
And then they kind of, they have a set narrative that they want to pursue. And obviously, Nazis turning up in all the states just gives them the optics and the win that media wants. And it's an L for, I guess, the rest of the movement, if you look at it in those terms, in terms of the mainstream coverage. But like you said, the live streams from Melbourne, and there was many others, and then obviously all the live streams and the people capturing footage across all the other states, especially the footage of people telling people, we don't accept these Nazis here and so on, that really changes the narrative online. And it makes it easier for, I was just watching in Parliament House, like Jacinta Price from the Liberal Party got up and actually advocated on behalf of the Australians that went to march, saying that they weren't all Nazis. And it's disappointing to see politicians and the media calling these people Nazis. So that's a frontline member of the Liberal leadership in a way, in the Senate at least. And she's up there now saying that these people at these marches were not Nazis. So, having that visual footage out there that a lot of people are capturing themselves, aside from the media, it really just helps give credibility to the fact that, the truth of the day, the vast majority of what the truth is. And look, there is all these negative aspects. We're going to get into all of that on this show. But the vast majority of the people that were there, I would say 99 point, I say 99.9.
We ran with that number all day, 99.9.
Yeah, it was like a great Australian crowd. It was what you expect from Australians. Like, they just love their country. They got their flag. And yeah, they're pissed off about certain issues, but so be it. These are valid issues to be pissed off about. And the extremists, yes, they try to hijack it, and they were successful in the sense of, their propaganda wins for themselves and
I don't
maybe
think they
for their
won.
cause.
I don't think they won.
I'm saying in their eyes, they feel like they're successful because
I don't think it played out the way they'd.
No, it doesn't.
I don't think it played out. I think they had this tactic that worked. So, like, from that point of view, it worked, as in they were at the front. They did get videos that made it look like they were the media. The media were essentially their PR team, because the media were literally just telling the story the exact way the Nazis wanted it to be reported. It was literally doing their work and promoting them. But when you look beyond that, across the country, you saw that theme across the country. In every state, I saw videos of people past the two front rows where the Nazis were, the people in black behind them, people straight away turning their backs, leaving, screaming out and telling them to get off. In Adelaide, they turned off the speaker. Good on them. And the same was in Melbourne. In Melbourne, we saw that. There definitely were Nazis, obviously.
Yeah, and I'm seeing in some of the comments, I'm seeing people saying like they were involved in maybe, the organizing, the setup of it all and things like this. Yes, like a lot of these people that were involved in the setting up of these marches tried to hijack it and set people up and use people for their own agendas. And it's unfortunate that it happened that way, but the groundswell of Australians that did turn up at these marches had no idea about all this backstory that people online have been discussing. Like, they were just there because they wanted to march.
We were talking about this the whole time in the lead up to it, because we weren't telling anyone to go or not to go, whatever. I was saying the truth. Yeah, I was saying to you, I was hoping to God people stand up to them and tell them, that they're not welcome there. We saw plenty of that. But those guys came in heavy and hard, and people attended that protest not wanting fights. They were people, like, even when when they attacked me and Daniel and the second time when we came back, where we had a few more numbers, so they suddenly were less encouraged. And also, I think because a couple of the hits that they got, they were less encouraged to go a second round. But people, people didn't want to fight. Like, people were trying to de-escalate it, even though they were calling him out. They were saying don't fight it, and people were very conscious about not making it into a battle there because they were thinking of the optics of that, I imagine. And also, people just don't want to fight. Like, most of the people, just average Aussies, come into a thing, they're not looking for a fight. But those Nazis, from the beginning, when you looked at the footage of when they arrived, in fact, we can play it here, when they arrived, people were protesting them straight away. So the police, and I didn't even know this at the time, is the police, because remember, it was all cornered off, and we had to actually walk right around, like, police blocked off all the roads. So there was like kind of one entrance that they were letting people in. And the police, when you watch this footage of them marching in, police are escorting them in. And then once they get into that kind of Flinders Street intersection, the police just let them in and off they go into the crowd. Now, to me, that's so bizarre, because at what protest are there never police stationed even, so for example, at the Flinders Street station down there's like a little police station. Why were there no cops there? There's always cops there, and and when there's protests, there's always cops there. It's like there was one of two things I imagine happened from police command. Well, three things. Firstly, I think that they were understaffed. Like, they didn't have the numbers because they have so many up in Popanka. But besides for that, I think that they were in their heads. They were on the peripheral, on the outsides, trying to whatever manage as much as they could. There were skirmishes everywhere. It was so weird. It was shocking policing. Like, I've never seen.
I think they took a calculated risk, right? Because you did have those crazy loons. We're talking about the Nazis and these kind of far right extremist elements within the March group, but you had those far left equally as extreme and dangerous in the sense that they were looking for a fight as well. But they had to take some calculated risks, and I think they figured that the best thing that they could possibly do, keep these two groups separate. And even if that meant having the Nazis within the March group, because somehow some of the things they might agree on in terms of this issue might align, that was a risk worth taking, whereas the crowd themselves might be able to manage it. And I think largely the crowd did somehow manage it. And the police were going to just keep the left-wing extremist groups separated, the pro-Palestinian movement separated from the Australia March. I think they were more worried about the violence that would erupt there. And we did see when the police lines were not there, they did get into it. Fists were flying, and they did have a lot of bust-ups as the march was going on to different parts of the city of Melbourne. So I think that was their overall concern. And this thing that people are talking about, Avi, that you brought up, where the police kind of escort the Nazis in down that bridge that's there near Flinders Street Station, I think a lot of it really is, it feels like it's a police escort for the Nazis, but I think the police are just kind of trying to protect members of the public, because this group does have a tendency, if a member of the public approaches them and says something to them or makes some sort of remark, their first tendency is to turn violent. And we saw that.
And that's my problem here with all that that story is. So why did they just let them go once they got there? Once they got in, once they marched them, I get it. They wanted to protect the public from them, and in case left-wing protesters, whatever, to get to the point of protest. But once they got there, why did they just let them run wild?
The protest organizers, March for Freedom, and the head honcho Beck Freedom from Sydney, that she's been talking to the media and things, she had put out a lot of messaging saying that the NSN are welcome, that everyone's welcome, the NSN are welcome. So if the police are reading that as intel, and they're seeing the organizers like Beck Freedom saying the NSR are welcome, well, I mean, the police is either going to stop them just because they're extremist Nazis.
No. But you're misunderstanding me. I'm not saying stop them. Police are not dumb. And the police know these guys.
There is that, yes.
The police know that these guys have a history of just attacking random people, like homeless people, etc., that they perceive in their way, right? So what do you think is going to happen? Like, did the police... My question is, and I'm going to do a FOI because I'm really interested to know the communication in command there, as in, what was the tactic? Did they genuinely think that once they let the Nazis in there that they would just be cool because everyone isn't? Did they really think everyone was Nazis and everyone was cool with Nazis? And if they didn't, then they should have anticipated people standing up to him or at least voicing their protest against him, which, knowing the Nazis, they would turn violent. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Is that
I understand what you're trying to say.
It's one of two things.
Look, multiple things can be true at the same time. So I think there's a lot of that going on in this particular
But one of two things can only be true. Either they thought everyone was Nazis and they're going to be cool with Nazis, or they thought, well, if you're going to go to this protest after, it's been so demonized and the media and the political class have been calling anyone that attends that a Nazi, well, then you deal with the consequences of showing up to a Nazi rally.
Yeah.
It's one of those.
I mean, there was a bit of police disdain. Like, even the fact that it took so long for the march to actually take place was because, from what I heard from the crowd, was the police were saying, well, it's so.
I don't think that was true because I watched back footage later.
I know what you're saying, yeah, but I think that's just the way they approached the whole thing was just like, well, we don't really care what goes on here. If we can just corral you all in this area and make the march participate, that's easier for us. So I think they were, of course, trying to do that as well, and they didn't want the march to go take place because what happened, Avi? We saw how many police cars did we see scrambling because they had no idea where people were going. Like, people were going in different directions. And then you had the left-wing protesters trying to ambush people from different sides. So it was all over the place. Like, it was a day of chaos.
I've been to a lot of protests in the city. I've got to say that by far was the most chaotic. Most chaotic. Yeah. Because when we've seen protests, when we've seen punch-ups at protests before in the city, and I've been doing this since, almost 10 years. And when you see punch-ups at protests in the city in the last 10 years, the cops are in there within 20 seconds. So, like, a fight doesn't last very long. Maximum a minute. Like, the worst ones where cops were far, it was like a minute and a half. But here you had I watched so many different fights unfold, skirmishes, and in front of police. Like, even that guy that was on the front page of the Age, and that was just spectacular that they managed to put the one guy that I think out of the entire place that had a Star of David on him getting punched, they put him on the front cover as if he was a Nazi, labeling him a Nazi, and we just happened to interview him right after the attack. But that attack happened in front of police and just nothing. Yeah. Like, there was just no. At some point they pushed him away, and even when they pushed him away, those were all the same guys we saw around the corner like 5 minutes later. It's just, it was the most chaotic street battles. That's the only way I can describe it.
I mean, even at the end of the day, I remember, like, we're wrapping up, we're finishing up, and we kind of ran into some, these kind of left-wing activists, and we kind of followed them, as in we were questioning them because they came towards us, and you followed them to ask them, like, what are you guys doing, whatever. And, there were people throwing eggs from up the top of a car park.
Wait, I didn't follow. Hold on. Let's just get this right. They were so excited that they came running at me, and they had an Avi and Minis or one badger chopping.
Yeah, I mean, they came prepared. You were well within your rights to question them.
They ran towards me, and then when the questioning got too weird and hard for them, they started to run away, and I was like, oh my God. Like, there's so much brilliant footage, and like I said to everyone, the next couple of days, I think we're actually splitting it into two because it turned out that there's too much for one, and so tomorrow we got the main video about the actual protest, what happened, and all the little things along the way, and then on Thursday I think we're going to do all the neo-Nazi interaction, both the attack on me and with all the footage from the cameras that you can actually see what happened. It's pretty wild. But again, I want to take this opportunity again to thank all of our viewers that are here tonight. There's almost 5,000 of you, and I'm going to ask you, as usual, smash that like button, help the algorithm, and then give it a share. Encourage more people to join our lives because we are going to do a lot of lives, and we've got a month of crazy lives. I'm just going to say that now. That's what I'm going to give you. Me and Rukhshan have.
I wish I could tell. Like, I'm busting to tell people what we're doing.
No, don't.
We can't. It's going to be a surprise, guys. So, like Avi said, make sure you subscribe to all our platforms.
And let me just tell you this: whatever the first live is, or whatever lives we do, like, I'm telling you, then the next stage of what we do is going to shock you even more. So make sure on whatever platform you're watching on, especially YouTube, that you subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell, that you get the lives as they happen. All I can tell you is that they might come up at random hours.
Yeah,
Is that good?
exactly. But we should probably do some housekeeping rules before we get into it, Avi.
Yes.
I think you missed out that.
I know. I'm too excited. Go on. Housekeeping.
Housekeeping, yeah. So, guys, if you want to be involved in the conversation, obviously you can see the comment streams below us. Under me, that's the comments from my YouTube, and under Avi, that's the comments from Avi's YouTube. If you want, we'll read out your messages. If you do a super chat, you can super chat either my YouTube channel or Avi's YouTube channel, and we'll bring it up and bring it into the conversation. If it's an appropriate type of message, or we get some crazy messages sometimes that
crazy messages we've got to stop. Yeah,
against community guidelines, obviously that's problematic. If you're asking normal questions and joining in the conversation, you can do a super chat, support the show as well as take part and be involved in directing the show as well a little bit, because we do go off on tangents sometimes based on the super chats, guys.
Okay, well, we've got a bunch of super chats, so let's smash them out before we go in. Look, tonight's a bit different than normal. We're really reacting to what unfolded that day, the live stream, and then some of the fallout since then. So we don't mind being sidetracked a bit tonight. So go on.
This is from the Dr. Pepper 1985. I'm convinced they are placed there to taint the whole movement. How many are sitting in jail today after many filmed scuffles? None. Well, we're going to get to that a little bit later because there has been some developments in that space. And I understand why people say, it's kind of like feels like a setup sometimes when these guys get involved, because they seem to accelerate certain, laws sometimes by their behavior, or they sometimes discredit entire movements by turning up, and they take the focus off the actual messaging on the day and make it all about themselves. So again, like, there's no definitive answers to that type of question, but I understand where the suspicions come from when you talk about groups like this.
Yeah, and look, I even more so, I was shocked. I was shocked this weekend at how blatantly violent the Nazis were willing to be. It's like they want to go to jail.
Yeah.
To me,
it's been they've become more openly violent. There was a long period of time where they were kind of in the shadows, building up their movement, recruiting people, and putting out propaganda pieces online. But now they're first kind of they're ready for violence straight away.
Yeah, it was really a like literally for them a masks off rally, because they physically finally took all their masks off, and then and it's almost like they decided it was like a conscious decision. Well, masks are off, and we're so brave and tough, and we're just going to fight our way. They literally fought their way into the actual protest, kicking people out of the way, and
they become essentially like Antifa, the far left, because their basic stance is to default to violence.
I remember that protest that we covered that was Antifa versus them, like before October 7th. So it's 2.5 years ago, probably. Do you remember it?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, and remember when because I actually interviewed Sewell, and like same nonsense you're saying now, whatever, yeah. But one point that I made was that day, the side that was really violent was Antifa. Antifa was the one to attack us. Antifa was the one who actually turned violent on us. They fought a little bit with Antifa, but they backed down. They just didn't have the. And I pointed out, I said, it's interesting to note that the Nazis, the anti-Nazis were the violent ones, and the Nazis were actually willing to engage.
Yep, de-escalate.
To de-escalate. But what I did say, and people can go back and watch that report, is that I said, I wonder if it's just that they don't have the numbers yet. Because they were, you could see when they were fighting back then, they were outnumbered and they were scared. Whereas now they feel emboldened because they have a lot more than there was back then. They've definitely grown. But having said that, they are still a tiny minority. If you look at that crowd, how many people do you think went there on site? It's very hard to calculate because not everyone was in one place at one time. But I'd say 10,000. I would say
Yeah,
10,000 is probably.
as a low estimate. Yeah, I mean I've seen higher figures than that quoted by people, but let's just go with that number.
Let's say 10,000, and they maybe had 100. That's the thing.
Not even. Yeah, I mean people that supported them on the peripheral. Yeah,
I'm saying no. Okay, so their core group that was there was maybe 30, maybe.
Yeah.
But let's count. Like maybe they had 100 there of supporters.
Yeah.
Out of 10,000, they were literally a tiny minority, a loud, violent, thuggish, tiny minority. Like no one wants to go up against it. Anyways, like physically, it was, Daniel, my security, was the only one besides obviously the Palestinians in which they fought. But they are insignificant. The media made it like it was them. Varan, good to see you. It was nice to meet you.
Mate. Yeah, it was nice
there
to
we
meet
go.
you.
That's what he wrote.
Lovely to meet you on the weekend. To all those right-wing Australian flag-waving people in the chat, hi. Can't watch tonight as working late. Enjoy the show, mate. You can catch up later on, obviously. Everyone that can't watch the whole show, you can always catch up. It'll be available on our YouTube. But Varan, thanks for checking in, mate. It was great.
And nowadays it goes on everything. It goes exactly. So it goes also on those Spotify things and
yeah, it does. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. It's everywhere now. You can tell your because it was you that made us do it.
Yeah, I was hoping that would be done.
yeah, it's being done now automatically at the
Wheaty, good to have you again, mate. Great work, boys, and production was next level. Yeah, I was talking about this yesterday on my show as well, Avi. Like, it's cool to have that high-level production for a live stream rather than just a mobile phone. And I know, when like technology moves so fast that live streaming now is really accessible to people on their phones.
Yeah.
And for us, like, we want to make it as interactive, as immersive as possible for people who are watching at home, and that requires a little bit more investment in technology, as well as on the day a little bit more production stress, right? For things to work, audio to come together. And people still complain, like, as soon as the audio cuts out or there's some audio issue, like, oh, the audio's not working,
that was in the beginning. I think through it, once it got going,
once we set it up, it was all good.
Once it got going, it was really good. And yeah, look, I'm somebody that really appreciates production quality. I hate putting out something that's half and that's just crap. And what actually caused us to upgrade everything was the other day where I did the there was that protest outside the hair salon, and I actually thought, all right, I'm going to run the live straight off my phone and it was just such bad quality and people just couldn't hear, and it was just. And I made the call out to people to help us fund new equipment like that, the device and all the other stuff, and the software as well. Software itself is expensive. Like, it's so crazy, this live streaming thing.
Yeah.
But people jumped in. People, like, I appreciate everyone. Thank you again, everyone that has helped chip into the to our live streaming, to my live streaming equipment, hardware and software. You can do that. The URL's helparvi.com. If you like the live streaming, there's more gear we want to get, and there's obviously the ongoing software that costs us to maintain. I want to upgrade stuff to better stuff, but it was really good. The production value made me just as happy. And it was good having you on the monitor because you just know what to put on.
I'm a bit more sensible than Benji.
We need to get that. We need to get those new transmitters though. I think we need to get those.
Yeah, so we can have further distance between us and
faster.
Sort out some of the audio issues, so we don't have the delays, and we can kind of work on.
Guys, go helparvi.com. I need to because to be able to pay for if we want to upgrade. So it's the transmitters that. So you notice we have two cameras, and to be able to transmit, so Benji's camera was actually, you saw these transmitters, they were transmitting it to the device, and that's what we were sending out. But I think they're a few grand just to get those transmitters.
The good ones. Yeah.
All right.
This is from
you got to read this one.
Clayton Grant Gordon. Thanks for the super chat, mate. Avi is I can't read that word for Rebel News. I think Avi is a
guys, you see what I have to put up with?
Avi is a legend for Rebel News. Thanks for the super chat, mate. I appreciate it.
It's funny how many times I've got I in the main video, like, I have to get the cuts in when I ask people if you should get deported or no. I don't even ask them. I encourage them. I'm like, don't be, we're not racist, but like, come on. And then there was that guy who goes, it was just such a weird question. He was like, if you get I don't know who he was. He does probably TikTok or whatever. He's like, oh, if you get the option between 20 minutes with Pauline Hanson, and 500 or some amount of Indians have to come in for it, would you take it? Do you remember that? It was like some weird question like that. And I'm like, I don't get why 20 minutes, like why does that have to be the option? Because I'm sure if I wanted 20 minutes with Pauline Hanson, I could probably just call the staffer and get 20 minutes with Pauline Hanson. But anyways, basically, I said I want nothing to do with Rukhshan. Anyways, go on.
From Cruel Intentions, thanks, mate. Good evening, ladies and perverts. Great job on the march, guys. Big props to Daniel and also the MVP, the veteran bloke. Yeah, a lot of people stepped in. I mean, Daniel was obviously amazing, but people in the crowd stepped in that day.
Daniel earned his keep on that day. He definitely earned it. In fact, he earned a pay rise on that day. What a beast. But we'll show you. So on Thursday, I think that video with all the footage that we have from the other cameras, including the 360, will come out. Because I think, look, I think it's an important film to show what we go through and why I have security, like why we had security that day, but generally why I go anywhere with security when I work generally, unless it's not, there's no chance of hostile people. But I think it's important for people to see, but it's less important than the actual story. So we'll get the actual story out tomorrow, which is also really fun. Like, it's got the serious side of it, but it's got so much fun stuff in there that I'm sure most people haven't seen, because it was like a minute here, a minute there of just crazy little scenarios that ended up hilarious.
This is from Ernstine Grace 4593. Thanks for the super chat. Great work on Sunday, guys. Is Daniel okay? I mean, yeah, Daniel was like nothing for him. He was great.
No, look, Daniel's been bouncing for years. Look, it's not nice. 5-on-1 on anyone is, even being a beast like him is not a good thing, and no one should have to go to work expecting that.
That's true.
And it wasn't fair what happened, and we're going to make sure that those that perpetrated the violence are going to be held accountable. Don't worry about that. And we're going to compensate Daniel for his time. So there, you guys want another URL, protectavi.com, if you want to help pay for security costs. That's where you can help us with security costs. That's to Daniel and other security. And some of the security we don't really talk, we just, we don't give our, those that want to harm us all the details, but you can do that at protectavi.com. And I think Sunday proved why security is a necessity.
Yeah. We got one from Spooky Andy. Thanks for the super chat. Loved the live stream and watched it all. I was there and you showed us so much, such great footage. Love your work. Thanks for the super chat, mate.
And thanks for the support. You know what I did notice, and this took me back to like your COVID streaming days, is there was a few people that were there that came up to me and that, like they said, they were looking on the live to find where we were to say hi, and then they said, I was actually at home watching it, and I thought, oh damn it, I'm coming.
Yeah.
And so yeah, which I find cool. You got that a lot in COVID, especially. I remember the CFMEU one. That was like everyone was at work sites and they saw your stream and they came. So yeah, it's cool. The reach that we had, we became the media, and that's what I'm excited about. Is that they couldn't gaslight. They tried to lie, and it didn't work, because even, what's the readership of the Age, for example?
I don't know. I wouldn't have a clue.
It's here, we can look it up. What's the readership of the Age to see if our live stream reached. Let's see if it's public. It should be public. Let's see if it shows us. they say? So, they don't give you.
They don't tell you?
Daily. I'm just trying to see if I can find it. It tells you monthly. Monthly total is 20 million. Is what they say they get. There's no way. Do you reckon they get 20 million in a month? I find that number suspicious. Where's it from? News Corp. I think I'm reading something wrong. Anyways, I don't know what their daily, because that was interesting to me, is that I believe that our reporting actually got more views than their front cover story would have got. But I'd have to check the numbers. Anyways, not that important. That's
from
just
Julian Campbell. Super chat. Thank you. Thank you.
Jimmel's just popped in with a $7.99. Thank you, Jimmel. I like the little badges that people are getting for being legends.
From Gap Media, mate, thanks for joining again. Channel 7 headline on Sunday was Bloody Sunday. I mean, you can trust the media to kind of sensationalize things to an extent, but there was a lot of few bust-ups, and we did see a few bloody faces from those bust-ups. So you can't completely, the media had right type of ammunition for their chosen narratives. If I was to put it that way. From Julian Campbell says, "Screw MSM, all BS, no truth in reporting."
Well, there's elements of truth, but it's lying through omission.
They don't give the nuance. That's the thing. Yeah. They don't want to say that yes, there was this extremist element, but overwhelmingly it wasn't that way, and people booed them. They don't give those elements because it's easier just to be like, "Oh well, it was a scary racist march," just like we told you before the march started.
Yeah. We'll read a few more and then we'll jump onto and then we'll come back.
Yep. This is from Vickers. "Hey, Rukhshan, it was good seeing you on the day. It exceeded expectations. A massive turnout. All those Australian flags waving and flying high. It was outstanding and brilliant." Yes, I think that's one of the, we rarely see, Avi, like that kind of patriotism on Australian streets. Like it's even rare, in a city like Melbourne to see that many Australian flags. It's very rare, unless of course it's like when we used to have Australia Day marches, maybe, or going back to some sort of important national global sporting event where we kind of put out our flags and things to show that this is Australia. It's discouraged, openly discouraged by the leaders in our state. So to have that many, blue, red, white Australian flags, and you see the drone shots or the shots from the helicopter, and you just see this sea of blue, that is our country, that is Australia, and that is what people are proud of. So it was great to see that amongst everything else that was happening. And of course, the serious issues that people there were discussing. It wasn't just people there, celebrating Australia the way that I'm talking about it. People are also concerned about Australia. That's why they're there. They're concerned about immigration. So they're there for that as well. So it's good to have people protesting or rallying or supporting causes which are about local issues.
Yes,
in our
and
country,
a lot of people made that point. A lot of people
Yeah.
made that point, and that'll be in the video that's short, and you'll see it where people go, like, they're making it so difficult for us to rally about something that actually meaningful, like that we're calling for something that the government can actually change here. That we're rallying for Australia and we're getting shut down, while these guys who are rallying every week for 2 years, taking over the whole city about an issue on the other side of the world that we can't actually do anything about. And just to agree with that super chat, I was pleasantly surprised. Remember when we were driving what did I say to you when we were in the car? And oh man, I wish we had a photo of us in the car, because guys, I have this tiny little crap car. And people saw what I drive, you'd mock me forever. It's about my size, and so it's a tiny little car, and we had
it's a little hatchback.
2 massive security guards, Rukhshan and Benji, all squad. And the funny thing is, I was driving. I was driving, so I'm the smallest, and I was in the front, and it was the funniest images. And these guys,
I think someone did take a video or photo of that, so maybe we can find it.
I've got to
to
get a
show
copy
people
of it.
later. It was
It was brilliant. But what did I say to you on the way?
I think
What was I worried about?
I can't remember. Was it the turnout? No, I think I was concerned about.
I was saying this better not be a fizzle. Like there better not like.
Yeah,
I was
that's what
worried.
you're saying, yeah.
I was worried that if like we get there and there's like 100 people, and this is the thing, because I was like so pumped about covering this live, doing exactly what we did, and also, you know, that was my first fear. My next fear was that it was going to be big, but it was going to be actually all Nazis and racist, and it ended up being basically almost, I'd say almost one of the best outcomes from all perspectives, because one, it was big and it showed that, you know, the proud Australian, mostly conservative, haven't completely gone off the rails. It's the internet that makes it look like the right is completely nuts and become totally racist, Jew-hating or whatever, all that. And it wasn't. Like in real life, they just weren't. And those are the brave ones that came out, even after being, you know, told for 3 weeks in the lead up to it that you're an extremist foregoing. But it ended up so, and then on top of that, it also, and I think this is almost the silver lining of it all. And Daniel was the sacrifice to be able to prove it, or one of the sacrifices to be able to prove it, is that it exposed those Nazi thugs for what they are. And literally since that, there has been a shift in the public conversation. It's like Australia really has rejected the Nazis completely. Like if you look online, the chat, even those, and that's probably the segue into, we'll get back to super chats, guys, so keep the super chats coming, we'll read them all. Unlike on the live stream, it's just a bit hard doing that. We've got to work that out at another point. But it forced even those that kind of simped for them a bit to backtrack and soften their thing, because online afterwards, when people got to see their masks off, saw how violent they just were, literally without anyone even, like there was almost, like you'd argue maybe, I didn't see how the fights with the Palestinians started, so I wouldn't, I don't know if those would have been instigated by the Palestinians. Could have been, because they're just the same. Yeah. But the point that you made before, that they're exactly the same, so they just instigate violence, and people got to see that. And now people are like so anti-Nazi, which to me, it's shocking that I even questioned whether the Australian, you know, the majority of the Australian public would be anti-Nazi. But it's clear now, because of the behaviour, that not only are they anti-Nazi in real life, like we saw, that the majority weren't Nazis, but online even, the Nazis copped it, because their little propaganda trick of putting that didn't work. It worked for a few minutes. It worked in a few echo chambers, like you see Jake Shields and all these like American Nazis sharing the most stupid videos, like of that Indian on the stage. And again, I think that was in Sydney or maybe Brisbane?
Sydney or Brisbane.
And there's an Indian talking there, you know, saying exactly the right things. But because the two front rows were all the Nazis, they were booing him in the front rows, and that's what you could hear. And so these American Nazis are sharing, going, you see, they're hating the Indians, and it's like, no one was. Like, those Nazis that no one likes. And everybody saw through what they did at the end, because also what they misjudged, I think, is the fury that they caused in the rest of the people that attended. One, because they got home and they watched the news and they go, hold on, that wasn't the rally that I went. Or, dude, those guys hijacked. They weren't like, and also the footage that they were publishing from the front was deceptive, because it was kind of selling this story that either they were booing like the Indian, or that their guys were celebrating every, the tens of thousands or 10,000 people that were there, let's say minimum, were all there with the Nazis.
Yeah.
When
multiple marches. So multiple marches in the different states were led by Nazis holding their Nazi banners, like the NSN banners. They were the front and center. And then, multiple instances they spoke in different states. And that really sold that narrative to the media. And I think a lot of people felt betrayed. Many people would have no idea of these, things that happen in echo chambers, and they're coming for the right reasons. And then to come there and then go home and see it on the media where this group has, I would say selfishly, for their own reasons and their own promotion and their own recruitment purposes, taken the goodwill of Australians that have come there out for this issue of mass immigration to show their discontent with the government, to then be used as props, really. That's how much these people dislike Australia. They use Australians, they trick Australians and use them as props to further their extremist cause. Like, they have no regard whatsoever for good, hard-working, generous, kind people of this nation, that they would rather have them portrayed as racist as long as they can further their own cause and agenda. And it's sick and twisted, but that's who these people are.
Yep.
And I think a lot of people saw that for what it really is. Even people that are on the fence, and a lot of these kind of fence sitters online who are Nazi adjacent, or they have these views, but they don't really want to go all there because they understand, a lot of people don't actually like it. Even for them, they're kind of backtracking at the moment right now and trying to find excuses and, trying to find the silver lining in all of it, right? Pathetic. These people are all pathetic.
Well, let's go into the first one. One of the examples of what you're talking about, in my opinion, is the guy that crowned himself the organizer of Victoria. And I don't think that is a flex right now, because you are to blame for what happened, because whoever organized it was so disorganized, and the only stuff that was organized was the podium there and that march where you organised, obviously, the Nazis that everyone hates to lead it to a stage with a podium where you invited the Nazi on. There's that Ozpil guy, and he's been having cracks at everyone. Let's have a read. It's so funny. The Copes are funny by all of them, I think. So he wrote, this is his tweet. I think that was Monday. When is it? September 2.
Yeah, Monday.
No, is today the 2nd? Today.
Yeah, 16 hours ago. So there's the 2nd, yeah.
So it was today. He wrote, none of these filthy, grifting dogs supported the March of Australia, but now that it was a massive success, they are coming out and saying they agreed with it all along. Many of them actively counter-signaled it. Now they are trying to tell us what it was and what it wasn't, okay? And so then they've got, this is that Chocky guy. The guy on the left, is that
Tricky.
He's a Sri Lankan, isn't he?
Tricky.
One of your people.
Sri Lankan.
That's that. I like him. What's his name? I don't even know his name.
Sam Bedford or Benford, the soldier.
Sam. They got me.
The
they got. Oh, you're not even on this. I don't even know who that guy is, and that's Joel. But
on the right is someone from Adelaide. Yeah.
The thing that I find funny here, like, let's talk about him first, is the first time I even heard of the idea of marching was from this guy. Like, he was the second person to talk about we should do an Australia one in response to the Harbour Bridge. It was literally his post. He was just saying, he was warning then when it became clear that there was the original post on TikTok that went viral, that kind of inspired this all, when the account deleted itself or deleted all its posts, and now all these nefarious players came in to take charge of it, obviously with the intent of the Nazis taking charge. He was warning of exactly that, and he was right.
Mm.
And
no, this guy was right. Yeah,
everyone
on those pictures, Avi, has been proven right to some degree in terms of.
Yeah, look, I don't know what everyone was saying, and the thing is, I literally never. None of these Philly dogs supported the March of Australia, but now they're coming out saying
you neither supported or told people not to go.
I said I'm going to report, and
you're going to record on it.
I said I'm going to report, but I do hope people who go there stand up to these Nazis.
Because people have to understand, like, even for me, I'm going to go to March, but you and I, Avi, we have, like, for me, whether, like, obviously there's the optics of all of it, and we discuss it beforehand about, the discussions that people are having on the online spaces around, who's organizing, are Nazis taking over. I mean, they're valid discussions to have. Like, all these people, these kind of organizers are like, why are you guys talking about it? Don't talk about it. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone that we're coordinating with Nazis.
Yeah.
Don't let anyone know about this. Like, keep quiet about it, and let's trick everyone into coming, so we can have even more of a bigger crowd for the Nazis, right? A lot of these people are doing the right thing by letting their audiences know that this is the case, right? This is what's happening. This is what people are saying. This is what some of the organizers like Beck Freedom are saying. She went on Ben Fordham and said sorry for talking about violence, the need for violence. Like, these are things that they have said, and people that they've associated with in different spaces and different moments. So it's all valid. It should be out there. But no one should be being tricked into any of these things. So they're valid discussions to have. And for you, Avi, and for me, like, when I go to these rallies, the outcome, what happens on the day, is what happens on the day. Like,
exactly. We go to left wing. We go to left wing. We go to left wing.
We will film whatever happens. Like, if Nazis come, if pro-Palestinians come, if this person comes, if 10,000 people come, if 100 people come, we will film it and tell that story.
And I can tell you this: if it was. So, if the day actually turned out to be mostly racist, that's what I would be telling people today, and I would be saddened by the outcome of it. I would be sitting and going, the Nazis took this over, and good people didn't show up, and it is what it is, and it would be sad for me because especially if it would be the size that it was going to be, it would be sad for me because I'd be like, crap, we're in real trouble. But now, in fact, I look at it and I feel the reason why I'm so happy is I'm hopeful, and I realize we're not lost. And these loud voices that we see online, in my comments, on the entire internet, this explosion of hate of everyone, but this explosion of white supremacy and neo-Nazis, where it's become popular online, isn't in real life. In real life, they are still the loser majority that everyone is cheering on to get arrested. And, one thing I've got to give the neo-Nazis, they went mask off on Sunday. They acted how they wanted to act. Now they're going to pay the price to it. Good luck in jail, because I don't know if they understand how Australian jails are. They'll find out pretty soon. It's mostly run by, depends what jail, but Lebanese gangs, Aboriginal gangs, and Asian gangs. I'm not sure how little Nazis they're gonna become somebody's toy, but good luck, right? This guy I have even less respect for than the Nazis, because he's one of those people that you're talking about. He's not willing to admit what he is. He's not willing to just come out and say it. And he came up to me. He was trying to. Do you remember that he came up to me?
You're talking about Ozpil, yeah.
This guy,
yeah.
He came up to
look, this is the thing with these guys, man. Like, just be like, say what you want to say, admit who you are.
Exactly.
I have to say that I don't agree with the NSN. I don't agree with the ideology. I despise the things that they stand for. But I do respect them for the fact that they say what they want to say, and they are who they are, and they don't hide anymore.
And this guy is such.
As a man, you have to respect that. As a man, as a man, you have to respect people like that, even if you don't agree with them and they're people that you are opposed to. You respect them for the fact that they are who they say they are, and they will tell you to your face, and that is who they are. But with a lot of these guys, I don't know too much about Ozpil, but I see it a lot online. Like they kind of skirt around the issue, and they don't want to really get into it because they're afraid of the consequences. Like, they're just massive cowards. And I call the NSN cowards all the time when they come masked. You have to respect them a little bit more when they come unmasked, because they're putting their face to what they believe in.
That's true.
Fair enough. I got to give them credit for that, at least. But a lot of these guys online that go on about these things with their anonymous accounts and talk a big game, they're just literal losers and cowards. And the fact
Ozpil puts his
name to it. But if you can't actually, articulate exactly what you believe and what you want to say because you're afraid of the consequences of that, then no, you're not really representing the things that you want to say and the things that you believe in. I know that the things that I say, there's consequences to that, Harvey, but I believe in it, so I say it, right? Same as you. There's consequences to things that we say, and we say the things that we believe in. But we don't try to hide and sneak things and trick people and subvert people and these kind of tactics.
You know what is so funny to me is they go on about Jews subverting the world and subverting Australia and Dude, your whole thing, Ozpil, his whole thing was subverting the patriotic Aussie who stands opposed completely to the Nazi ideology. Like everybody was saying, this is essentially what our diggers fought, bled, and died defeating, almost 100 years ago, 80, 90 years ago. It's like, and now you're coming back wrapped up in our flag, pretending like that's on it. Everybody was saying that kind of stuff. But Ozpil, when even his line, like he came out to me at the end, right at the end of the day when we were kind of walking back, and he just like he wants that clout moment for TikTok, and it's just like his line of questioning is just like, oh my god, bro, it's so boring. Just say what you And he's like, oh, will you talk about the woke right? I'm like, mate, bro, are you denying that there's a woke right? Like, are you denying you're a part of that? That's the problem. You're so dishonest. Like, at least when you talk to the NSN, I know people in the comments are saying, oh, you can't respect the... No, like, it's a respect as in... when
it's not about... I dislike the NSN.
I hate them.
I respect the fact that they say what they want to say.
They say it. They'll tell... that like
what
when
their
you,
intentions are.
On Thursday, when you watch the actual... Because there's another mic. So, like I said, there's a lot of footage that no one's seen yet because it's from the other cameras and the other mics. But they'll literally go to straight to the point that they believe in, which is great because then people can choose whether they agree with it or not. I think their plan to subvert the rally and get people behind them, that was where they conspired obviously with this Ozpil and Beck Freedom and all these people in different places, like a lot of people pointed out at some of these rallies, where they did open mic. And it just happened to be that all the Nazis were at the stage with already pre-written speeches for the open mic. Like, everybody's so dumb, nobody knows that this was all planned. But the point is but that's where I don't respect the NSN. I know why they did that. I know why they didn't announce it as a Nazi rally, because no one would freaking come. No one would come. If Ozpil was honest about his views and that he actually is one of them, just he's not going to say he's one of them, then no one would have come to an event that he's promoting. But he's selling it as one thing, but really for him, he's one of that's why I have zero respect for him, because his entire personality is that subversion that they did in that moment. So the Nazis, like, at least they came masks off, at least they finally, at least they say what they think, and they don't just paint it as some other thing and throw colourful, like, it's just it's like, well, you got to play such mental gymnastics talking to someone like this, because
it's almost pathetic, Avi, to think that these NSN guys have managed to get these individuals who are on the fence to do the propagandizing for them. And then get them to do the subversion of Australians, to trick them into coming into a Nazi march. And that they are willing to go along with that because they feel like, oh, well, if we can promote these guys and these guys will help us, lead, they'll be the vanguard and push these ideas forward into the public, so we can more openly talk about them, because they're going to accelerate these issues. So then we can go around and, spread out all our hate and say all the things that we really want to say, because there's another extreme there that kind of protects us, and we still look a bit moderate. Yeah. So it's all very cowardly.
So the National Socialists, you're right. I think the National Socialists are using people like Ozpil because they're like, he can actually speak. He reaches a much broader audience because he's on mainstream platforms. Because he doesn't actually say what he's thinking, he doesn't get kicked off everything. They get kicked off everything because they just say what they're thinking. If he did, he wouldn't be there either. So they use him to promote it, but obviously they got to promote it in a way that people are going to come. So it's not that. It's again, it's doing his little trick. But he's using them as a shield for what he wants to say. He's not saying what they're saying. Otherwise, he would just be saying that. It's clever. Well, not really now. I think they're all getting exposed. But it is funny how he turned around and like he's turning it on all the people that warned that what would happen. And that ended up happening. Like, dude, don't flex. Literally, your one role in this entire game was to get the Nazis to give the Nazis what they wanted, both in terms of organizing and using your platform to pretend like it wasn't going to be what it was. And then on the day you gave them the lead, you invited them on stage. Mate, they are enemy number one for everyone. Like literally everybody hates them. Everybody, the left, the right, everybody except your fringy, nutty little corner of freaks that most of them are going, especially after the behaviour on the weekend, are going to jail in Melbourne. Good luck to putting all your eggs in that basket because now we know who you are. Let's read a couple. We'll just do one and then read a couple and go back. What was this one? Oh, thank you. Baz is thanking Rebel Australia.
Thanks, mate. Thank you, Rebel News Australia, for moderating the chat. Nazis and the chat surgeons. The chat surgeons, the live. Yeah.
Oh, it's good, yeah, because whenever you talk about the Nazis, they've got they do have an online army, which is wild to me.
I think it's our Bangladeshis and Indians that they hire. To be honest,
it would be so funny.
A lot of these Nazis are actually from Bangladesh and things like this. I mean, they will never admit to it, but they have their little Bangladeshi bot farms, these gropers, and these little groups and cliques they hang out in their Anon accounts. It's just all very loserish, Avi. And what they do is they spend their time trying to ratio comments and join live streams and put their stupid ideas out there like it actually matters, but no one really cares. It's just in their little heads.
Well, if Sunday proved anything, is that cool? You can have the online space, but in real life, everybody sees you for what you are, the fringe violent minority. You're no better than Antifa. So enjoy it, but I'm glad to hear that Rebel News Australia, the moderator, is in there. Daniel, thank you for doing a great job, apparently. Baz had to re-super chat to tell us that he hates
autocorrect incorrectly.
Yeah, I hate when that happens. The worst is when it's on a tweet and it doesn't let you change it or something. Like sometimes it just doesn't let me change it and I got to delete, or I got to decide whether I'm going to accept it's a problem. First world problems. Here we go. Abby, it was nice to meet you, Abby.
She says, Abby, yeah, great to meet you. I spoke to her about this yesterday. She said, I felt incredibly proud of you both, your team and security guards. So appreciate the work you do. Much love to you both. It was great to see you both in person too.
Half the chat's jealous. Half the chat's jealous now.
Thank you so much, Abby.
Thank you for everything, Abby. You were legendary. You still are, I think. You were yesterday.
Paul Murray, thanks for the super chat. Can we be very clear that this is not an anti-immigration, but mass?
Yes.
Anti-mass immigration. Yeah.
And that message will come when tomorrow's video, so the one about the actual protest, that becomes very clear. A lot of people reiterated that point that they're not anti-migrants immigration, they're anti-mass immigration and the consequences of that. And some people really articulated it well.
Yeah, they did that really well. And people on the comments are like, can you guys stop talking about the Nazis and so on and so on. But the problem with that is, because when that is picked up by the media, the Nazis are they're not anti-mass immigration, just mass immigration. They're anti-immigration altogether. They are for re-immigration and deportations of anyone that's not white. Like, that is their wish. That is their desire. That's the things that they put out into the world. And you don't want to lose the messaging of what people were really there for. And it was kind of lost in the mainstream for a moment there. But the vast majority of people that were there knew the difference between immigration and mass immigration. And they knew the difference in articulating opposition to mass immigration versus articulating opposition to immigration. And a lot of them there, Avi, were actually immigrants themselves. So they understood very clearly what modern Australia today is, and the value that immigrants can bring to a nation like Australia. But they see the problem as being this massive wave of immigration. Now, in the political world, they will argue about whether that's actually having an impact or not. But for many Australians, they'll look at the demographics changing and the issues that they're facing. Like we talk about housing, a lot of people talk about housing. They will look at that and be like, well, it's rapidly changing. We're having all these people coming to the country at this rapid rate, and there's not enough housing for everyone. Surely the government of the day can look at ways to either pause or cut back on this. So people that are here already, regardless of their heritage, Australians who are here already can, have an opportunity in this country as of right now to get into the housing market, to get jobs, do all these other things that we've always done that have become harder over time. So people understand that difference, sure. And it was a march against mass immigration. And look, it was advertised mostly that way as well. But these different elements obviously try to hijack the messaging.
I think
for
the
their
word you
own
used before was
propaganda
perfect.
purposes.
The subverting of it. It was perfect. Because that's what they were doing. And it's so funny because every accusation is a confession. And they accuse everyone of subverting when they... that's literally was their tactic. All right, let's try smash through some of these super chats.
It's from the Short Straw Melbourne. Thanks for the super chat. At the end of the day, we stood strong together, disregarded NSN and MSM. When is the next rally? Will be fully.
I think there's
prepared.
a lot of people. I think there's a lot of people talking. So I know people have added me to groups, and maybe some of you are watching. I'm sorry. I know there's chatter of doing it again and doing it and making it clear that that element is not welcome, and that it's going to be a rally just to be proud of Australia and to stand against the mass immigration and all that.
Yeah.
So
One of the dumbest argument I've heard around this NSN thing is people like, well, it's a free country, free speech, everyone can come, blah blah blah. Yeah, okay, fine. Let's just say that that's true. If you had a rally, and this happens in Australia, of a pro-Palestinian group, for instance, and you have people from who support ISIS or Hamas come and take over that rally and have speaking spots, and they're standing in their ISIS regalia, talking to people, espousing their views about their ISIS views or their Hamas views very openly, right? There would be opposition to that as being something that is wrong and that should not be happening in Australia, regardless of free speech. We do not accept terrorists having that kind of platform. And in the same way, there's certain ideas and ideologies when it comes to any topic, which is sometimes considered very extreme. And look, you can have an NSN-backed mass deportation re-immigration rally if you want.
Exactly.
Just tell people be honest. Tell people that that's what you're doing, and then see how many people come, and then have your little march in your rally.
Yeah.
Do that, right?
Exactly.
But that's not about a free speech argument. Tricking people is a totally different thing. Tricking people to come to something and then linking them to some type of extremism because that's kind of your worldview and you're trying to recruit people. Well, that's wrong. And I think people will be opposed to that. So I just want to make that clear that just because there's some free speech thing, you can have a free for all. Yeah, you can do that if you want, but there's consequences to that in terms of the perception and the way that's received by the public. And we're seeing that, right? We're seeing how
and everyone has the right to speak. Free speech is the right to speech as long as you're not inciting violence, or obviously defamation, things like that. That's kind of the boundaries of it. But free speech doesn't mean you have the right to either be at somebody else's event, or to like you said, to trick people into coming to an event where they wouldn't come if you told them the truth. And that's the problem here, is that you didn't want to say the truth because no one would come to it. No one's going to silence. No, literally, no one's calling to. Look, I'm not going to say that. There are some people calling to silence them, and I don't actually agree with that. I think that they should be allowed to have their own, do your thing. And you know what? I would be happy to watch them do their thing because no one's coming. I saw.
If it's within the bounds of the law, do your thing. Like if it's something that is within the bounds of the law, do your thing. Like, if you want to have your NSN rally, put up banners and posters, tell people to come. I'm just saying, I don't support them, and it's all legal or whatever, and do it and see what happens, right? But if you want to subvert people, trick them into coming, and turn everyday Australians into Nazis just to support your cause, that's not on. And I think that's what people are calling out.
The rights of average Aussies to be able to go out and protest, proud of being in Australia, anti mass immigration or whatever. without having to be confronted by your violence. Like that's the thing. Like those guys, it wasn't like it would have been bad enough if they showed up and made it about themselves or led it and spoke at the podium. But they also were just violent thugs that were like, as you see them marching in, kicking protesters that were coming there for the stated aim. Your subversion, people saw through that and were angry. So it's absolutely not a free speech. But you know what? Like anyone who makes that argument, let me ask you, like, do you think, so for example, do you think if you went to a rally, a right-wing rally, or you organise a right-wing rally for anti-mass immigration, and then Marxists and socialists decided to be a contingent at the rally, can you kick them out? Somebody that has an opposite view to you on almost everything, do you have the right to kick him out, or do you just think free speech, let them be in middle of your rally and disrupt and cause violence, cause havoc, or in fact lead your rally? So these are people that you diabolically oppose everything they stand for. Do you think it's cool that they run the rally that you go to about a completely separate issue? You wouldn't be cool with it. The only people who are really screaming and batting for these people about free speech, it's because you're a closet sympathizer and you agree with a lot of what they're saying, if not all of it. And if that's the case, just be brave enough to own it. Just say it. Don't be like this Ozpil clown. Actually own your position, and we'll still think you're a goose, but at least you're not a lying goose. At least you're not a subverting goose. At least like one thing you can look at yourself in the mirror as in you're honest, and then don't cry when people don't want anything to do with you. Like I own the fact that I am a proud Zionist. I love Israel. I love Australia. I love Israel. I love Western democracy. I'm unapologetic about it. Do I lose friends over that? Yes. I've always lost friends over having strong positions of any sort. All my strong positions have had me, and yes, being a proud in today's current climate where it's the popular thing online to be anti-Israel or anti-Jewish or wherever you want to draw that line. Of course, I've lost friends and not really friends, but I've lost acquaintances and followers and whatever. I don't care. That's my position. So at least do that. Own a position, even if it's a bad position. You might think my position's bad, but this is where I stand. At least everyone knows where I stand. But these clowns, they don't. Anyways, let's read 2 more super chats and go on to one of the other ones.
Yep. This is from the real Eric. I'll just give it the real Eric. He says, the media's terrible. The people I've interviewed and spoken condemn the Nazis. Thanks to Avi and Rukhshan for the selfies, though Avi almost cost me $5. He has $10 for the super chat, so I'm paid off.
Oh, how funny, because I think I literally just saw the footage of this guy getting a photo, and he asked me for a photo. I'm like, oh, at $5. And like he kind of freezes for a second because it makes sense that Avi would charge me $5 for a selfie. I should go to
protest. You got away with $5.
I should come to protest with like a little tap thing. Yeah, $2 a selfie. I'll be rich. Do you think people would still go for the selfie? Like those selfies, guys, I love you all and thank you for, like, I do enjoy being out, but it is tiring. Like the selfies part of, like when you go to protests where people actually like it, because I go to different protests and generally they either love me or they hate me. This one I wasn't sure, and I did get a lot of love, but you get tired doing those selfies at some point. But I want to be there for everyone.
It's good. It's good fun. It's all good fun.
It is fun. No, and people go, oh no, like people are apologetic and go, I'm sorry, I know you. And I'm like, no, do you know me? I love the camera. I love the camera. Let's read Abby's one and then we'll go over to.
Abby says, I spoke to police. They closed the roads on both directions of Flinders Street and Swanson Street. They set to march down St Kilda Road, but the police at that end closed the road too. Then they opened it for the Nazis to leave.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
I didn't know that. Yep. Abby would have known. I didn't know. It's very hard to, because it was also so packed and so many people. Like, just to get from one point, like, you know, from the centre there to either end was such a trek. So you just don't really, like, even being there, you don't get to know what's actually happening everywhere. Like, you're getting reports, oh, there's something happening on that corner or whatever. We were getting it, and people were messaging me, and I was kind of following. But you don't know. What you do get from the live stream that we did is you got a sense of what the crowd really was like, because wherever we went, the crowd was the same.
Yep, exactly.
Thank you for that super generous super chat, Abby, as usual. Okay, so let's go on to, we've only done one, but look, I don't have a particular order, and because this is a funny night, we'll go to that. Let's listen to actually that guy, Two World Collisions podcast. He did a reaction to the actual thing.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Which is I think what Ozpil might have been reacting to. Like, he was upset. Yeah, I think this is what Ozpil was probably reacting to. Let me just see if there's music.
So the mainstream media came out this morning and labelled yesterday's march bad. For once, it was actually good to see a march in Australia, by Australia, for an Australian issue. So to all the true blue Aussie patriots who turned up, well done for taking a stand. Not against the colour of someone's skin, but against the current government's immigration policy. But let's be clear, I'm also going to address the extremism. And for the first time, we've seen them without masks. And honestly, well, fellas, I'm pretty disappointed. You guys are just kids. I saw a 12-year-old holding a flag after storming a hill full of women and children. And then 3 grown men attacking a woman with a pole. You blokes are cowards. Absolute cowards. You guys reckon that you stand for something. You're standing for abusing women while smiling and dragging kids into it. And to all the counter protests yesterday, the ones who tried to shut down the rallies and spark violence, well,
I just want to point something out when he makes that point, because what was one of the things that they were chanting? The lefties were doing it when I was around them, and the Nazis. What were they chanting to me? Woman basher, wife basher, wife basher, you know, rehashing that personal part of my life, which, by the way, guys, you can read my full story. Never hit a woman in my life. Rebelfromthestart.com. But aside from that, I'll never miss an opportunity for a plug for something. Rebelfromthestart.com. It's actually got really good reviews, guys. You can look on Amazon. But just wasn't it funny that this is like 2 hours after they stood there condemning me as a woman basher? They went and bashed her. Like, I've find footage anywhere in my life, any proof.
Well, I mean, they bashed. From what I've seen and what I've heard of people recounting that event that took place at that Aboriginal encampment, they bashed multiple women.
Yeah,
and these are women like young girls who are considerably smaller than them. You know, in many cases, yeah, they might have different political views, but you know, a lot of those guys, like you know, they train and they do all these things, and they're bashing these little girls on that hill for whatever reason.
But it's so much funnier that it was like literally a couple of hours after they were chanting about me being a woman basher, where in my life I've never touched a woman, and anyone who can find me any actual evidence of it, well, firstly, read my book. But if you find it here, there's 2 hours after going on about it as kind of a way to, I guess, a character assassinate me in some way, so people don't listen to what I'm saying about them, what we can say about them. But like I said, on everything else, it's every accusation is always a confession with these guys. Everything. So now what do we have? We had the Jews subvert everything. These guys subverted the whole thing. The Avi and Rukhshan's a woman basher. These guys go and bash women on camera. On camera. 4 of them on one woman. On camera. I don't care what she did. Like, why do you need 4 people with a pole smashing her? Like, if she actually did... like, their story makes no sense. So later on, they've published that they were going to defend the honor, I guess, because that some of the people or the people causing violence were going back to that camp, and spraying cars were from that camp. And if that was true, that is literally the job of law enforcement. I'm not going to sit here and say that some of the people at that what's it called? It's the indigenous
Aboriginal indigenous. It's like people say it's an illegal camp and things like this, but this is Australia. So when you look at even in the Canberra, Avi, you have like the tent embassy. You have all these kind of setups. Same thing in Melbourne, where there are groups that legitimately have these spaces and it's tolerated. Now we can talk about that. It's a different discussion to have, but that doesn't mean a select group of people from the public can go there and justifies them ambushing the place and attacking people.
Exactly. It's like you're literally
job of law enforcement.
Exactly. So, but you know what? I'm not going to take their word for it. Like, you don't know who you just went for the encounter and bashed everyone there. Maybe some of the people were involved in some of the violence or not, but that's a job for law enforcement. That's like the other side coming to somewhere that you guys are hanging out and bashing everyone. It's just, we have the rule of law, and you need to find the evidence, get them. It's not like my point is, on the videos that we see, you don't see the people committing these crimes that they're saying and then them defending them. They want us to believe them. This is the same group that marched into the March for Australia, kicking people out of their way who didn't want them there. And we're going to take their word. So what did those guys do that you attacked them? If you're willing to attack people who are on your side, that you're claiming, that are going to the rally that you're claiming you were joining or you ended up leading, why would we believe anything you say about the lefties that you went to attack? They're lying. Anyways.
Didn't expect anything less from you professional protesters. And burning our national flag? If you want more rallies for Australia, keep doing it. Keep burning the flag. And this whole NSN crowd, they're not the hardened fighters we thought they were. They're not men who've seen a real day of action, let alone war where you lose your mates. They're kids playing dress-ups. And as for their so-called leader, well, I've done some digging with my mates who knew him from back in his military days. And from all reports, he was a terrible soldier. A coward. He couldn't hack it. And I bet you he tells all his new recruits that he's some type of war dog, deployed to Afghanistan and Iraq, some type of cold hard killer. But in reality, well, he barely left the barracks in Darwin. He didn't deploy anywhere. Now look, there's nothing wrong with serving in the military and not deploying. Plenty of good men and women have careers like that. But when you parrot around the way he does, you think he had a far stronger service under his belt. And from what I'm hearing, he's not even Australian. He's New Zealand or South African born. So when he struts around pretending he's something that he's not, that's not leadership, that's a fraud. And to the organisers of the event who told us the NSN weren't involved but let them speak anyway, well, you're the problem. To places like Brisbane, who told them to get lost, well done to you blokes. But to the organisers in Sydney and Melbourne, well, this one's on you. But here's the bigger danger. Extremists, they just aren't born that way. They're created by government and environment incompetency. When a nation is squeezed, taxed into oblivion, power bills are through the roof, and farmers are getting stripped of their rights, that's the kind of environment that breeds extremism. And this is exactly where our government has landed us. Because weak leaders making weak decisions are now creating hard times. So let me finish with this. To the patriots yesterday who marched against policy, not colour, well done. Because you can want mass immigration to be stopped, you can want violent immigrants to be deported, and you can want safe borders. And that doesn't make you a neo or a coward, because real Aussies don't need masks or violence to prove themselves. Real Aussies protect their families, stand by their mates, and fight for a country with courage and honour. And that's the spirit we need to move forward. Because when patriots, and I mean patriots, not these cowards, rise together with strength and integrity, there's nothing that can break Australia. What's your thoughts?
I mean, I just want to comment on the things that he said, Avi. Like, we were talking before about a lot of the guys, the subversives online who toe the fence and pretend, and they don't really want to say what they believe because of the consequences. Well, Sam there, he says what he believes.
Yeah,
and he gives his honest take on things, and that's why a lot of people support him. And he's not afraid to say the things that he's saying. Because it's actually truly what he believes. He's not tiptoeing around, because people are going to have a backlash against him and all. He doesn't care. He's just saying what he truly believes in. So I think he does a really good job of representing ordinary, everyday Australians and not painting them as these violent thugs. He makes a great point. Like, that is not who Australians are. Australians are not acting in the manner that these NSN-type individuals act. It's just not. It just doesn't. It's not borne out in the real world.
Yeah,
it's just not that. He gives a more accurate representation of the types of people that were at those marches and at those rallies around the country. So good on him for.
And the difference
obviously
between him
calling
and
out.
the difference between him and Ozpil is actually Ozpil's mocking him for being somewhat inconsistent or whatever, saying that he started off. He's actually been the most consistent. Everything he said happened. He was the first one. He was before Ozpil in saying that people should rally around the flag. There should be a rally for Australia, and he warned that these people, like Ozpil and like Beck Freedom and like that they're either complicit or it is the Nazis that are kind of controlling in the background. And he was right. And then he's walked away having this kind of the same reaction we're having, as in, it was great to see actual Australian patriotism, and the majority was that. And these losers just exposed themselves for all the way.
It's not a competition. Like, even if you had issues with the march to begin with, once you see Australians doing
exactly,
you're proud of your country, you're proud of your people. You can maybe sometimes admit you were wrong. Maybe I'm sure.
No, but I think Ozpil also said these people that were against it are suddenly saying what it was and what it wasn't, and it's like, no, just because you tried to subvert the masses into believing it was one thing, so just saying it was an anti-mass immigration thing, and then you really had all these Nazis going, and you are a white supremacist, like from his line of questioning to me, and also just like some of the stuff I've seen recently, it's clear he's like a white supremacist that's not willing to admit he's a white supremacist, and it's like, just because that's your shtick, and you took ownership of the rally at some point, you weren't the guy that originally, doesn't mean that's what the rally was.
He backtracked as well. And apparently, no one was organising the Melbourne rally.
Bro, that guy,
that's just
that guy is the biggest coward on every level.
That in itself shows you how weak these individuals are.
Yeah,
he copped out after being the face of it all with Beck Freedom. He copped out of putting his name to that march.
I know.
He still showed up to run around with a microphone, try to do gotchas on people. I mean, this is it's just all laughable. It's just all pathetic. And, I don't know what more to say. I don't like to denigrate people that much, but
I do.
Those kind of actions show you the types of individuals who are involved in this. And in many ways, like, you can easily call them cowardly for the fact that they can't just own up to the fact that they were responsible for a lot of the chaos that unfolded that day.
They were, 100%. All right, read some super chats and we'll move on.
This is from Ray Johnson. Can we arrange multiple citizen body cams for all rallies for
Guys,
Rebel News Australia from many angles?
Yeah, I'll tell you the truth though. Like we do have a pretty good, solid setup of 360 cameras, which means that we do get everything. So like everything that unfolded, even though the live you didn't capture everything because that was on one specific camera. We do have, so that's why the video on Thursday about that specific scenario, but also other scenarios. Like there was even. I don't know, for those of you that were watching the live feed, this is great. For those of you watching the live feed, and you'll see this in tomorrow's video, there was, I was interviewing someone, and as the neo-Nazis were like leaving at the end, whatever, so right at the end there was like, when the actual rally on the stage ended and everyone was leaving, there was more white supremacists around at that period, because that's when the Nazis were actually leaving. And I'm interviewing someone, but still, even at that point, that was the majority of them were there. It was still, they were outnumbered, like at least 20-1. It was like insane, and that's at the part that they were concentrated, because you saw it kind of play out. Like I was there interviewing someone, like people all around, and then like I felt something on the back of my head, and I hear Daniel just tackling somebody down, and you kind of see half of it in the live because you were on one camera or whatever, and so the guy had a flagpole, and Daniel was yanked the flagpole from him, and the guy like arced up like he's gonna fight him, and go, "What are you doing?" And he goes, "Why'd you hit him on the head?" And he just plainly, flatly denied it, and Daniel's like, "It's on camera." He goes, "Show me the bloody camera then," and like, I guess I'm naive because I turned to Daniel and go, "Are you sure it was him?" because I kind of believed him. And
Yeah.
Daniel's like, I'm pretty sure, like I'm almost 100% sure it was him. And lo and behold, we pulled up the 360 and it was that bloody cheeky bastard.
It was that
He walked
guy.
past, tapped me on the head, and then denied it. And as soon as Daniel got him, he just denied it. But that'll be in tomorrow's video. You'll be able to watch that. So yeah, look, the idea is great. Don't need it because we generally do. I don't miss much after the fact on the cameras that we do have. But thanks for the idea.
From Matt Goldman, thanks for the super chat, mate. Why did the police stop the march?
It was also chaotic. You know what it was? It's that there was no organization. There was no proper organization. So the police hadn't. The police, I think, were saying that they had to have a plan with
Because you
whichever-
saw, I think you saw even like, in Brisbane and Sydney and stuff, like the march still kind of happened more organized and everyone were together and they walked together. In Melbourne, it all split up in some instances. So that was really just down to the organizing rather than the police.
Yeah,
is my belief. But of course, like Abby was saying, the police were blocking off certain angles and things like this.
Well, I think the police. Yeah,
I think a lot of that is just the police were not sure of the
exactly, and
intention.
because there's no organization, there's no one to work with, no one to think. They were just trying to minimize the possibilities. So if they close everything off, like I'm not here to defend the police, but when you have a rally that doesn't have actually somebody, or the organizers are not willing to work with police, then they have to come up with a tactical a strategy. And their strategy, I think their strategy was shocking, and I think they need to be held to account for the day, for example, for marching them in and then just letting that group do whatever they want. Because you know what? If the police had arrested anyone who committed an assault at the first assault, I would say 80 or 90% of the violence wouldn't have happened.
Yep.
At the first, if you did, I think the first attack was when the cops marched them in, and then once they got in and the cops had gone, they started kicking those people and pushing those people. If the police would have been there and arrested those that did it straight away, you wouldn't have had that violence. So the police do have a lot to answer for, but you can't blame them for that part.
Roughly how many Nazis?
I think we said this before, but
yeah.
Look, I'm guesstimating. I'm saying, I'm being, I think, charitable to say that all up they had 100, including their there's max 30 in black uniform, and then maybe 100, and I'm not just, you can go look at the footage, and you'll be able to actually count them out on the 360 camera that when we put it out. You'll be able to count the ones in black. I'm saying max 30. I don't think it was even that close to that, but maybe it was, let's just say. And then maybe another 70 who are not in uniform but sympathetic. Because they definitely had some of those around as well, including the one that ended up with the black eye from Daniel after trying to attack Daniel. What a dumb thing to do. And those guys are going on about me being a coward for having security. They literally, a gang. I've seen them when they're outnumbered. They don't fight. They're not that brave when they're outnumbered. But here, when they were outnumbering groups, they wanted me to come to them just by myself because they're not cowards.
I don't think that's a responsible thing for a reporter and a journalist to do. That's why you hire security in the first place. It makes no sense. They just want to have brawls with people.
They just didn't like that. They just didn't like they couldn't get to me, and they realized once they couldn't, they're like, oh crap.
This is from 200SX. Get Daniel on this podcast. Effing love that monster.
You know what? Maybe you know what? I'll ask him if he's working Thursday night, because Thursday is when the video will come out of his thing.
Oh, he can react with us,
and then we'll maybe we even watch it with him. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, that's a good idea. Daniel, if you're watching this, let me know if you're working Thursday night. He does have other security jobs. I can't afford to hire him full time. I wish I could. He would just sit outside my house.
He says people want to lead, and the Nazis did that. Well, in a vacuum where there is no organization, and
People want to
leadership,
be led, and the Nazis did that. You're right.
yeah, the loudest and the most aggressive sometimes can take charge of a situation.
Especially when you have a group like, so they did. So what worked for them is that they had, in every state you could see, they had one leader of each. So here they had Thomas Sewell was there, and they already had, let's say, I'm saying the 30 plus the ones around them. So they had like a sizable group that were already just listening. So whatever they ordered would happen. And then it was like a decision. And again, I also caught that on camera, and that was in the live feed, but again, it'll make it into this, where people were like trying to tell people not to follow them. And there was a mix of people. There was either people that were just going, oh, well, I just want to march, so I'm going to march behind them. Yeah. There was people that didn't really get who they were. They're just like, they literally came for Australia. They don't know any of the much political stuff beyond that. They don't know the players. They don't know what's going on, but they wanted, and then there's obviously and then there's also, remember, like, once the march went, you didn't, like, again, 5 or 6 rows into it, you don't see who's in front. You don't realize who's leading you.
Well, I mean, to hit that point home, once we got out of that little scuffle that happened and we walked into the rest of the crowd, like literally like 10, 15 meters away, they had no idea that had happened at all, with us. So, when you're in that environment, you can't really tell what's going on, even 20, 30 meters in front of you, because there's a lot of noise, a lot of flags, lots of sounds, and for some people it's the first time they've been to a rally or a protest. So definitely not everyone knew what was actually happening 100%.
You ready?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Do you think that the Hajj Amin al-Hassini still plays a role today for Hamas or hatred of Jewish people rather than Israel's statehood? That's for you, mate.
Do I think that they still play a role today for Hamas or for hatred? For sure. I think, like, I don't think it's one particular thing. I think there's a lot of different. Like, I don't know what you're asking exactly, to be fair. Like, do they still play a role today for Hamas or the hatred of Jewish people rather than Israeli statehood? I don't know, but I don't know if it really matters. Like, what's the point of what are you trying to ask? Possibly. Maybe clarify in a comment.
This is from Catherine Canavi. The force streaming. How's the man that got hit? I think that's
Daniel.
No, I think the guy with the is the Star of David that got hit up.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't. You know what? We just interviewed him at the time because he was there and he got hit. I didn't realize he was going to be the cover of The Age and the face of Nazis. All right, but I hope he's okay. He seemed like a tough guy. When I did ask him, he said he was okay. He was just pissed off, was his words.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get to more of the super chats. Keep them coming. Thank you for all the super chats, guys. Really appreciate them, and they're interesting. It's like a conversation. Okay, let's go to one of our favorites because this was really funny. Chris Ovaries. Who loves Chris Ovaries? God, people send me stuff. They're like, you live in Chris's head, rent free. And it is so funny. So he got upset that we ran. So we ran this story because the numbers were incredible. And we ran a story at Rebel letting people know. And you know what? On one hand, it's, I guess it's showing off. But on the other hand, it's also for our viewers, those that have helped us to purchase like the equipment, the hardware and the software at helpavi.com. Like, it's important. We want them to see that, look at this amazing thing that we asked from you, which was to buy this live streaming thing. And our first big event to use it is going to be here on this day. And then we go there and the stats were like incredible.
Yeah.
Those were the stats when this was published, right? So the live viewers won't change. So it was 440,000 people
Yeah.
who, in the 4 hours that we were live, 440,000. Like, let that number sink in. That's bigger than every news channel, everyone in Australia by far. The viewership, like I think Sky News is 30,000. Like, just to put that into context, to understand how powerful that is, and that is the viewers that helped me buy that equipment at helpavi.com, and you can still chip in, made that possible. And then now the current views was like, and you know, it's already that. So the current views was when this was published. So it's probably since then a few 100,000, if not more. And so, of course, we publish it. One, to go look at our success.
Yeah. I was going to say, I'll just add to that. I don't know what Chris has written about this, but I think it's important. Like, you have the attendance on the day, and then you have a lot of people that can't come, and that's a part of the story, that the people that
it is also part of the story. Like, you talk about the numbers that are run,
people who are tuning in live, and it's like an important event. Like, you talk about the numbers of people that tuned in live to a football match.
But you know what's funny is I just realized I'm pretty sure I've seen him share screenshots of his stats, of his, like,
and he shares screenshots of transcripts. So I don't know what that
No, I'm pretty sure.
What's he said? What's our friend Chris Overy said?
What's he said? He goes, running a story on your own stats from leading your 5-man hazard team into a protest as an unfunded independent blocked in 252 location. That's pretty aggrandizing even for me.
I saw his video got done on.
I don't even know why. Why did it get down? Maybe
I think because of music. You have to understand, Chris Overy, Chris. What happens is with these Facebook live streams and YouTube live streams.
Oh, that's what it is.
When people play, you know, the songs that they play, commercial music during the live, after it finishes, the algorithms pick up on the live music and they block it in certain countries because of the music. So unless he's if it's 252 locations like that, it's usually a music rights holder that blocks the video. So you can sometimes you can dispute.
We run away from it.
We try to get away from the music, or we try to put a filter or something on our platforms, and we do it here. But in a live environment, it's obviously a little bit harder. But I mean, that's one of the hazardous conditions of doing live streams is the commercial music that people choose to play. So I haven't watched this full live stream.
And it's funny, he's putting up his stat. He was putting his stat up here after all that.
He wants to have a measuring contest. I mean, it's not important, but I think it does matter, Avi, that we show people how many people tuned into that event live. And that was a thing during COVID. Like, a lot of people would talk about Rukhshan, there were like 70,000 people watching at the exact moment live, at those protests, for instance, like 70,000 watching my live stream all together at a certain point. And that tells a story in its own, that people are invested.
Oh my God, he's so deceptive. The views that he shared was the views, which is just that's what he screenshotted.
Yeah.
Right? He screenshotted this. I thought, man, he got 776,000 views on that stream. That's not possible because we didn't even get that on X. Yeah. And then but he cuts out this one where it's actually 100. So that's like the reach.
Chris is turning us into Chris Overys.
Oh, he's just such a clown. Like, so he literally tried to hit me. Like, if you look at that number for us, let's look at just to play his little game. What a clown. So he had 763, right? Let's look at the live on my one. Let's see what that reach was on X, because the numbers we were giving were actual views, not the reach ones. But if you want to look at that number, if he got 763, our one's going to be like mental.
I don't know, man. I think we move on from Chris
Overy. Not gonna happen, mate. Nice try.
Are we going to watch any of Chris Overy's? I think he's doing a live at the moment as well. Are we going to watch any of his footage from his? Because I think he did a pretty good.
I've got. Yeah,
of Sydney. Chris Overy's proved to be New South Wales #1 live streamer. on that particular day. So he did a good job.
I don't know if I can find that.
You have to say that.
He did a fantastic job here. Yeah. So, what does it say? Oh no, I can't see that number. I can only see the view numbers. Why do I?
Might be on a different browser or app, man, that you see things differently.
No, but why do I say on this one? Anyways, Chris, try be honest for once, yeah. Anyways, he's always going. Oh, but he did say something. Let's watch what he. There was one thing that I marked of his. That it was this. It was also this because he was. So Chris Overees, who goes. So what you got to remember about Chris is that he's been sucking up to the Nazis like in the lead up to this so hard, and like in a really unsophisticated way, like going in their little groups, and then when you challenge him on those stuff, like he just denies that the Nazis really exist. And then remember, he got really upset. He got really upset that what's his name kicked him out of the protest last time. Blamed me. Said it was so. Chris, who called them removing the Nazis last time so violent and had nothing to say about the violence perpetrated. In fact, he blamed me for the violence against me this time. But here he says, I would have been... So this is in response to someone sharing the attack on me, right? One of my haters. So they're laughing that we got attacked, whatever. And so Chris has retweeted that saying, I would have been okay with this comparatively polite time to go if Sewell had come up to me and give us space and said, give us space, we don't want to talk. I would have been chill, all good, I'll be on my way, no resistance, of course. But to incite others to go me, not go yourself, cowardly. It was like, so this is what tell me if I'm misunderstanding what he's saying here before we watch his interaction with the Nazis he's been sucking up to for 4 months. He's saying that the way Tom Sewell came up to me to tell me to leave was polite, and if it was him, if it was politer than the way that they did it to him. And so if Tom had come up to him and said, give us space, we don't want to talk, which is not what Tom Sewell did. He came up to us and told us to get the F out of there. You're not welcome, Jews.
You're saying
Jews are not...
Deport.
Like, it wasn't that. But okay, he would have said, all good, I'll be on my way. No resistance, of course. But to incite... When did I incite anyone? I literally have security. That their job is to protect me. And that at the time when we were outnumbered by a lot, we moved back. And then once some of the guys rallied around us, then we went back into the crowd, and then the Nazis tried to come again, and you see that they ended up not wanting to start the group because they realised that now there was a much more fair fight. But who did I incite? Like, he's just such a... Am I reading that right? Because it is hard to read Chris's transcript.
Yeah.
Is that how you read?
We might be misinterpreting things that go in his mind, so...
Really? Can the chat tell me what Chris is trying to say? Anyways, okay, so then Chris, this is Chris's interaction with the Nazis.
The black shirts here are not saying anything but end mass migration. An important conditional there. They said end mass migration. All right. Who can I talk to? Yes, please.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Troublemaker.
No, go ahead. Talk to me. What's going on? Why?
Get out of the way.
Why?
You're a troublemaker.
I'm a troublemaker.
He's trying to make trouble.
I'm trying to make trouble. Oh.
Take it easy.
Talk to me.
Get out of here.
We get it. You hate Australia. Get the racists out of here.
I'm okay. I'm good. Hey, mate. I'm okay. These are good guys.
I got to give him credit for even when he's being so disrespected, hated. That you remember, this is the guy that was saying that I'm so look at the way people in real life approach.
They called him a racist. The Nazis called him a racist.
Yeah,
Did I hear that correctly?
But they called him they I don't know if he's gay, but they use homophobic slurs at him. I've never seen him with a woman, but there could be a lot of explanations for Chris Overy's not having a girlfriend. But maybe he has a boyfriend. That's like, I don't have a problem with that.
I'm pretty sure he's got a missus.
Each to their own. But the point is, like, he's genuinely hated even by the people that he spent so much time and effort. And even when they're abusing him, he's still sucking up to them. And then he's like, I don't get what you're trying to say, mate. Is it so? In your case, they didn't fully turn violent yet. But like, if you stood around there a bit longer, maybe they would. Like,
well, I mean, what his video proves is, it's actually the Nazis that control that situation.
Yep.
And they control the march. You saw people come in and move him away. So really, the Nazis are out the front of that march, leading the march. Everyone is scared of them. They control that environment. Now, when that happened with us, Avi, yes, they got aggressive and they pushed, tried to kick us out or whatever by saying deport, because they didn't like who we were. But on that same note, what happened then, Avi? People in the crowd got around us, got behind us, and then we went back into that same space because it's for everyone that's there, right? Let's look at it that way. And then what happened? They backed down and they backed off and they walked away because they realized that they don't control that situation. The people, everyone, the majority of the people in that environment are in control of that kind of situation, right? I think that's my interpretation of what happened. In Chris's case, you saw clearly that their Nazis were leading, in control of him, dictating to him where he has to go and where he has to be. It's in that scenario I've seen. I don't know about the rest of the context, but people moved him on from that space. So, and these are apparently people that sometimes he talks in certain regard of. I'm not saying he supports them, but he talks.
He certainly defends them. He defends them.
He defends some of their things.
He plays down a lot of their. He plays
at that
down.
point, he was defending them. What happened, Avi, between me and them? They were telling me to go and get out of the place. I told them I'm not going anywhere. You know what I mean? So I think someone put a clip up of that. They're calling me names and calling me Indian and all these kind of things. And I just told them I'm not going anywhere. I'm here. This is my country. I'm not moving. Who the hell are you guys? Like, who are they? Right? But this guy.
It turns out, Tom Sewell himself is not really Australia, and there has been growing calls now to deport him.
That image, that petition, I think it's up to 30,000 signatures now.
That is hilarious.
This is done by the left. So this is like the lefties.
I don't care. It's hilarious.
And look, it's funny in a way, but this is kind of what the left does when it comes to these things, because they wouldn't deport Islamic extremists.
I know.
They don't deport. It's not a fair thing that they're doing. But it's not lost on me the fact that Thomas Sewell, yes, is a foreign dual national. He wasn't born in Australia, and as far as I know, I think his parents apparently are South African. That's what people are saying. I don't know, allegedly, but he's got a dual national citizenship apparently with Australia and New Zealand. And we do have this thing with New Zealand since I think 2014. Where you do, I think they've deported around 5,000 people. From
the
Australia.
501 visas they're called. 501, whatever they're called.
They've deported them back to New Zealand for being criminals. Now, the NSN themselves, Avi, I don't think they would be opposed to deporting criminals. That's kind of a part of their mantra. They want to deport criminals.
But it's only people that don't do permanent residency, I think. So
I'm just making the point.
You're right.
It's all a bit funny.
You're right.
And the NSN would definitely be against dual national foreigners. They'd want.
Well, if it was a Maori criminal, like Tom, so from New Zealand, they would happily call for his deportation. It's just when he's white, that's their point. But they don't. You know what? They're not even hypocritical about it because they don't even they admit that their problem is color. So their point is, like, as soon as you're non-white, then whatever reason we can deport you for, or for no reason, simply for not being white, we would want to deport you. That's literally what they say. All right, let's read a couple of super chats and move on.
We've got here from Baby Stroller. Thanks for standing up for real issues and bringing us real media, Avi. You both do awesome. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it.
You know what? And I feel like we are getting we've weathered a big storm, you and I. And me, look, by default, I'm me going against, let's say, Zionism and Israel and Jews means that I'm willing to give up on my existence, essentially. But you got a taste for it since October 7. And there's been a period there where, like, dude, it feels kind of like a space. The online space is getting more and more boxed in, and you have less support on the outside. It feels like the masses are turning on you left, right. Honestly, Sunday showed me again in real life it's not that, but also people waking up and the amount of love we've gotten simply for doing basic like journalism. Like I didn't even have to do the videos. I think the videos are going to add so much more, and I think the two that we did, the African kids doing the Australian anthem, I think that injected so much into the narrative, and also even just countering the age as separate to the live streams, but also then the report tomorrow and even showing the security thing on Thursday is going to give so much to it. But even if we just had done the live stream, because that's what people were giving us love for, people appreciate it. And I realized like it's not a lost cause. Like standing for something, and probably one person I've learnt that from most is probably Tommy in the UK. Is that, he's always been consistent on these things. And when, sometimes it's been popular, his message, sometimes it's been super unpopular. Like the whole Israel thing, he's never wavered on that. And there's a lot of people that hate. But he has always grown, and his influence has grown, even if it's dipped at times, because people don't see those little down moments because everybody lives in a 24-hour news cycle. But people see the consistency across the board. And the opposite is true as well. Like when you look at people like, again, Ozpil or Chris or John Ruddick, all these characters who do change with the wind now and try to match their story to fit the moment, they'll pay the price because people also see inconsistencies. People see when you waver, people see when you falter, people see. And John Ruddick's a perfect example because that's already come to bite him back real quickly because a lot of his own audience and his own people I see always in the comments are calling him out all the time because they can see that, what? You're going to a rally with the terrorists over the Sydney Harbour and then you're going to the counter rally to that exact rally and you're pretending like nothing to see here. Same as Chris. You know what? I just realised when they said he's a racist and they said that he hates Australia, why did they say that? And now I just realise it's probably because he was promoting the whole Sydney Harbour Bridge thing.
Yeah. I mean, they're all over the place. Like you have to have some sort of principles, I believe. This is my personal belief. You have to have these principles. And people hide behind the whole free speech thing and saying, oh, well, I'm just trying to... Look, at the end of the day, free speech or not, right? When you have a certain view, you have to accept that other people have different views, and sometimes they're going to be the opposite of what you believe, even if you've liked them before. And I accept that. There's a lot of people, Avi, that I follow that I don't agree with, but I respect their opinions, and I don't try to change their opinions in that way, by piling onto them and trying to.
I was wondering when this was going to happen. Bloody Rukhshan's frozen. I always do enjoy when Rukhshan freezes in like a odd position. And I should hang up. But I'll hang up on him and we'll go back into it. Alright guys, we've lost Rukhshan again. Rukhshan used to be like the tech support guy. He used to have the Schmick studio. Now, he needs tech support of his own. I'll read some of the super chats while we're doing this. Did we just read this one? Baby Stroller, thanks so much for the super chat. Thanks, Avi, standing up for real issues and bringing us real media. Avi, you both are doing awesome. I think we read that one, so thank you for the super chat. And here he is again.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
What happened this time? Because you always have an excuse. Oh, is it the internet thing again?
Yeah, I only have a 3-hour block in the hotel here in Canberra.
Yeah. I forgot you're there. Let's read some of these. Let's go through them.
This is from Grace. Please kindly support Rebel. I'm so proud. I'm a proud Australian Philippine. Respect, love one another, and be proud Aussie. Oi, oi. Aussie, oi, oi, oi. God bless. A bit of everything there. Thanks for the super chat. And great to have you on board, Grace.
And that's what it is. That's what it means to be Australian. And that's what the vast majority of people on Sunday actually stood for and believed.
This is from Terminator 33. Sick of woke media and Parliament focusing on the 0.1% fringe to tarnish all Australians. We need to do this march once a month. One is not enough. Keep representing for us, Avi. We marched at Brisbane. Great day. And that is, we're probably going on a bit too much about the extremes, Avi, but that's about dissecting these events so people can kind of understand these things a little bit more and they'll be better informed as well, right? We know the positives. Like if you watch our live stream, obviously people complain that we're spending a lot of time pointing out the fact that there's this extremist group there, but that is a part of bringing the news and then talking to people that have a different view on that particular day and showing that the vast majority of people are not them. That's important. So we have to do that because, yes, the media and the government will always focus on the negatives, especially those on the opposite side of the political ideological space. They will always focus on just the negative aspects to, kick political goals, and that's what it's all about.
But I'll tell you something else on that. Like, there's no way conservatives are going to march once a month. It's just not a conservative thing. That's why I'm almost pleasantly shocked that so many people showed up. It's to get conservatives to march is very difficult. It is by nature a left-wing action. But to see it again, I would love to see it again without the Nazi element and without anything that the media can take and tarnish the actual message. Look, and it did backfire on them a little bit, and that's why the government's now talking suddenly about immigration caps after this rally, because they realised, like, Albo went from condemning him in the lead-up, trying to condemn him on the day, and then when everybody saw who was really there, he said, we can't call everyone Nazis because there were people there that were there for good reasons. He's not going to say that the majority, but he's shifted to that point, while at the same time opening the discussion about mass migration, about capping migration. So it works, and it's already worked, but I would love to see another one. And I think people are organising it. Like I said, I've been added to just...
I'm hearing the 13th of September from memory. For another one that they have these kind of groups. I've seen people pushing different things. I'm sure the information will come out. But I wanted to bring up the point of Albo. But this is the thing, right? When you have these pro-Palestinian marches, which have been happening for like 2.5 years almost, week in, week out, massive marches, sometimes the government can just, ignore them to the extent of their foreign issues. They can't do too much about them. But imagine you do have Australians marching consistently, holding the government to account on an issue like mass immigration even. They have to pay attention. Like, they do see that. And, sometimes that what it does, even if it doesn't bring around policy change, it allows the opposition to make it an issue, for instance. So there are benefits to doing this on a domestic issue. And, someone like Albanese wouldn't want it to get to a point where there's a massive groundswell. Just because they're completely ignoring the legitimacy of most of the people that are there. So he's walking a little tightrope here, hoping that they can quell some of the discontent that's out there in the Australian public on this issue. But I don't think it's fully been addressed by the people that have rocked up yet for these marches. And it's possible that this could grow bigger. But like Avi
It
said,
could go two ways.
Conservatives, like, yeah, they have jobs, they're doing life, they're working. They are not professional activists like the left who, have nothing else to do besides protesting for whatever cause they can find. So it just really depends, how this is done, Avi, because you want to get more people to come to these as well. And the one way that you can do that is by obviously making it more welcoming for all Australians who understand this problem. And that means dealing with the fact that Australians, it's not just about this kind of white supremacy message that.
But I think most people, I think most of the people that
push,
went on Sunday would be happy if it was a much more welcoming message, and that message, like it's this one was purposely confrontational when you were there, or like pushing people away, whereas like you don't have to be grossly multicultural, like all virtue signaling about it. But you have to define what it means to be an Australian.
Yeah,
And
I mean that's not what I meant by welcoming. Not welcoming like different.
next thing I know, you want to do a welcome to country at the next rally.
No, that's not what I mean by welcoming.
I'm joking.
I
I
mean,
didn't think you wanted to do that.
I'm saying the topic is mass immigration for
Yeah.
sure. Like you can have anti-mass immigration protests, but welcoming in the sense of this is not some sort of like political clash where the right is fighting amongst itself because certain extreme elements want to take over or something like this. You have to have some type of you got to make it palatable, Avi. I believe this is my honest belief. You have to make it palatable for this type of movement to get major political figures to turn up as well and be there with the people and speak with them as well.
Yeah.
Not just you got to have a mix of everything. You got to have the everyday people. You got to have people in politics in different positions of power. Be able to come to one of these events and speak to the people, listen to them, and show that.
Well, I think in Queensland they had Pauline Hanson.
I think they were in Canberra. Malcolm
Canberra.
Robertson.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if they spoke, but they were there at least. Yeah.
In some places they did. Yeah, but I agree with you. Okay. Let's smash through a couple of these.
Sweetie Daniel is straight out of Game of Thrones, The Mountain.
He used to look. He used to look more like the Game of Thrones. When I don't know if you guys, for those of you that have been following me for a long time, will remember when he had like this big, massive rat's tail that was like dreadlocked. It was bloody disgusting, and he also had at one point 2 dreads in his beard. Now Daniel has grown up and he's looking sharp and scary as ever. But yeah, I agree with you. Next.
We got here Cooking with Simon. Thanks for tuning in the super chat. Are you looking into the guy who swung the bottle at the old guy? The footage you posted was horrifying, and the guy was very visible.
Yeah. Well, we are we're working on collating a bunch of stuff for police. Yes. So in short, yes. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat.
This is from Michael. Thanks for the super chat. I slept in and put the TV on, and the first thing I saw was you heading towards the Nazis before they attacked Daniel. Daniel is a great guy. Good job to the security.
Yeah, it's funny. A lot of people talking about that because the way I remember it, because I know people were like, "Oh, you shouldn't have gone to the Nazis to instigate it," and it's like, well, if you actually watch the footage. I went towards the Nazi area to show people on the camera how insignificant they were, like the section that they were, but that they were kind of dominating. And when you're watching the footage, you saw people kept booing them from up on the step and, and just the broader crowd. But once I got like maybe 5 meters from them and pointed them out, then they came to me. It was led by Tom Sewell and kicking us out. But yeah, so technically, yeah, I walked towards him. But like Rita on Sky said, she asked, "Oh, you went to interview them." I wasn't going there to interview them. I was. Literally...
Look, I've seen you before talking with. You've interviewed them before. They are, they carry themselves in a way where they do sometimes approach the camera and want to get their message out. So, like this whole idea that people have, like, oh, they're the NSN, like. That's their area. Bullshit. Like that's not how this works. That's not how this works. Unless you are admitting that they are somehow controlling that environment, being aggressive, and setting boundaries.
I agree.
Around what people can and can't do. That's not how this works. And Avi, myself, we show everything. We try to anyway. Elements of everything that happens. Now, these same people, Avi, will not have any complaints against you walking up and putting your microphone to the pro-Palestinians and the leftists.
A lot of these people support me going to do it at the in Davos to the WHO, Klaus, whoever.
All those guys. They have no. That is a part of the journalism thing. And if your whole idea is that you have to somehow heal the world from what the NSN is doing because you're Avi and I'm Rukhshan and you're Jewish and I'm Indian and they don't like those people and
that's agitating.
It's just nonsense, right?
But
they should be able to have the self-control, not turn into the violent
thugs.
Mob.
But the reason why I'm correcting that is not because I think there's anything wrong with it. It's more that because I corrected Rita. And I went back and watched it just to understand because I saw people go, they were sharing that I went there. But that was because in the video earlier, I mentioned that the Nazis are over there and then we walked towards them so I could show people on the camera where they were and how... And I wanted to see how were they significant or insignificant. And you could see that they were insignificant. But yeah, I don't think there's a problem to do. You're literally at a protest. I go to these same people didn't have a problem with me going to Black Lives Matter protests where literally everyone hated me and doorstepping or whatever they call it in Australia. All right.
From Justin Green, tractors chasing the PM, Aussies marching side by side, a true blue weekend where everyday people stood tall and made their voices heard. We didn't even touch on that news from Ballarat.
Yeah. That was funny.
Funny scenes of Albanese and Jacinta Allen getting heckled and then obviously being tracked by tractors as they were leaving. Quite hilarious. Maybe we touch on that on a different episode just to have a laugh. And it's true, it's patriotic things which are going on in this country right now. There's a bit of a groundswell, right? People are putting up the flag. There's this tide of patriotism that's coming back to Australia. Even if it's in a small dose right now, it's good to see that because for years now we've had foreign causes be front and center when really the focus of people should be on this great country of Australia.
Let's read a couple more and then we'll go into pulling up.
This is from Ian. Thanks for the super chat. Pop's government wanted the Nazis there to tarnish all protesters as Nazis. Nazis during anti-Islam protests were removed on site, but not last weekend. They definitely benefit from the narrative. It's undeniable. This is not me trying to talk about.
They might not necessarily plan or whatever, but they're using the opportunity. I think that they
benefit from it.
I think they also.
Jacinta Allen's press statement today after there was a bit of a run-in with her and Thomas Sewell at a press conference. Her statement was literally, it was almost like an optics win for her because she's got this boogeyman.
Yeah.
That she can direct people to. And Daniel Andrews did that really well by having these individuals around during the Moira Deeming March. And same thing, Jacinta Allen is also just leaning into it. As much as she derides them, it works for the Labour movement right now to demonize everyone else that opposes their policies because they are the majority government in the federal parliament as well as in the state parliaments. So for them to have a boogeyman on the right to take sane issues that people are talking about and say that, look, that's a far right topic, that's what the Nazis think, it helps them because it keeps people quashed down in that particular spot without being able to let more people join into that conversation and have the courage to oppose something, in this instance, like mass immigration.
All right, let's quickly jump over to one. So one that was interesting to me was this Australia versus the agenda because what I noticed is he's exactly like one of those Auspil ones that won't admit he's sympathetic to those ridiculous, even though he's, I think, Lebanese, which is just weird to me, but he's very sympathetic to he has him on his stream and all that. Not which I've interviewed him, but you challenge him. If you're going to have somebody on, so the whole idea of free speech is like, yeah, you can engage in free speech with somebody, but if somebody has really bad, dangerous ideas, you need to push back. Otherwise, you got to speak truth to power. You've got to hold them accountable. That's the point of it. Otherwise, just letting nutcases ramble and use your platform to recruit, because by them sitting next to you and you just letting them talk and spew their nonsense, unless you agree with them, you're essentially telling your audience this guy's the real deal, I agree by not challenging it. Like, it's like if me and Rukhshan sat here and invited a socialist on and just let him talk and not push back on anything he said, then you would think that we are falling down the socialist rabbit hole. Same goes with National Socialist. But anyways, he's been so confusing because I think he's starting to get it. I don't think he's starting to get it, but it's in this tweet is exactly what we're talking about. It's like Prime Minister Albanese on protesters concerned about Gaza versus Prime Minister Anthony Albanese on protesters concerned about Australia, which is, yeah, I've been saying that point forever. There is a double standard. The pro-Palestinian mob who tends to agree with this guy more often than not. In fact, I think he's defended their protests at times. They get special treatment compared to Australia. This is the difference. Let's listen to the actual thing.
Yesterday's march was peaceful and was an opportunity for people to express their concern about what is happening in Gaza. There's always good people will turn up to demonstrate their views about particular issues, but what we have here is neo-Nazis being given a platform. That's what we saw on the weekend, and the tone, of course, of much of the rallies was unfortunate is the best way that you could put it, but hateful in some of the extreme examples.
So, like, and I actually think he's right. That whatever his name is, to point out that there is a double standard, but we've been saying that the whole time. The only reason why now he's picking up on it is because it was so blatantly obvious, and the group that's being targeted is literally his base, and in the lead was his friends at the National Socialist. But yes, there is a double standard, and the pro-Palestinian group that you guys have been, not the National Socialist, but the Australian versus Agenda many times, or a few times I've seen, have defended them, and anyone who wanted to shut them down, called them Zionists, he's actually used much of the same language as them, is defending people that hate Australia. That group hate Australia, and they get a special pass. And when they have radical elements, so this is an important point, is at this protest on the weekend on Sunday, yeah, there were radical extremists there, but everybody was condemning them. Everybody was hating on him. People were screaming at him straight there. They were getting hurt for doing that, for standing up against him. On the flip side, look at the Palestinian protesters that Albanese refuses to condemn. They'll have radicals in there, and nobody will stand up to them. Nobody will condemn them. Nobody will distance them. The media won't tarnish the whole place based on that thing. They will make excuses, justify, defend. They'll do everything to protect it and avoid having to answer for those extremists. You know, you have the people that you have communist flags. How many people have been butchered under that flag?
Yeah.
Then
And
you have
I think
terrorists.
that is the difference between conservatives, the right, when it comes to these issues. Like, a lot of us will call it out for what it is.
Yeah.
And we will criticize our own. Like, yeah, I get the whole, like, this kind of, there is this group of people that want to ignore that this problem exists, but a lot of us and a lot of the people in the crowd are willing to stand up to these kind of NSN type people and say that, no, this is not who we are. This is not us. This is not, we don't accept this extremism, right? I'm saying that because I don't normally get involved in the story that way, but they obviously target me because of my skin color, for instance. But I will defend my position there. But most people there, again, ordinary people, what did they do, Avi, when they saw people like this coming on? They turned their backs. They walked away, right? And you won't see that really at a pro-Palestinian event or a march. They won't turn their backs, turn away.
They refuse to condemn Hamas.
They'll be like, there's a reason that they're terrorists, or there's a reason that they had to resist. They find excuses, and the right and conservatives are not really down that. There's an element of people who are like, well, we have to. They make the same excuses, but the majority of people on the right don't when they disagree with these individuals, they want to be disassociated with them, and they will very clearly say that is not who we are. We don't support them. We will turn our backs and we will walk away from that because that extremism is not who we are. And that is a clear difference between what happened at those protests and what happens at those protests with the pro-Palestinian movement, where they have extremist symbols and flags and things like this. And even when they do burn the Australian flag at those protests, what does the leader of APAN say? It's just a piece of silk. I can't I won't condemn it in those terms. So we are different. Like the right is different. I think that's important to show that Australians generally, I'm saying people that love this country, are not extremists. They are different. They will turn their back to extremism and walk away. And that is the difference between Australians and people who are in the pro-Palestinian movement that support blindly any act of terrorism because they're so ideologically opposed to Israel or Zionism or whatever they think it is, that they will even entertain the idea supporting evil terroristic movements that commit atrocities like they did on October 7th.
Yeah.
That is the difference between Australians and people that support those type of causes. That's my belief.
We've got a couple of things to watch that I think is, I don't want to miss them, so let's quickly watch and then run through some of those super chats.
All of you pieces of shit that won't listen to a woman because you call me hysterical, here is actually an adult man who will speak to you.
This is, I think, before the rally.
Yeah.
Well, what I'll tell you is, if you're going to be going out there trying to protest to keep this country, first of all, just think about that sentiment. You fucking moronic little piece of shit. You are the biggest fucking loser that's walked on this earth. You are an immigrant yourself, first and foremost. This is not our land. Which is very, it doesn't take a fucking genius to know that. But you're so far from that it's kind of to be expected.
It's a reminder.
To think that you're protesting against immigrants, that's not even what's going on here. This is flat out racism. And anyone that denies that, you're a fucking racist. You're a piece of shit. You belong in fucking jail or worse, which I won't say. But the main thing is, you are all bigots. You're pieces of shit. You belong on the bottom of everybody's shoe. You're a stain on this fucking country. You shouldn't represent this country at all. Unfortunately, this country is rooted and upheld within racism. So it is very on brand. You're all scum. You need to do fucking better. There's Indigenous people that have been hurt after a bunch of fucking Nazi losers ran through a camp. How the fuck is that trying to reclaim Australia? You just all got fucking pea brains, tiny cocks, and dumb numbskulls. You fucking idiots. Don't procreate. Just die. You don't belong here. Piss off, you racist fucks. You're all...
I knew of Abby. Who the hell is that dude?
That's her boyfriend.
Oh my god, that explains everything.
He's some crap musician. A lot of people thought he was the one that I bumped into in St Kilda, but he wasn't.
What a nutcase! But this is obviously he's all over the shop, and they're ready to demonize everyone. And to
insane.
Extent, I think it sounded very violent as well. The things that they're saying.
Imagine it was said the other way.
Exactly, and this whole thing about stolen land. What the hell are they both doing on stolen land?
Exactly.
Why are they pissed off? Right, if they believe all these things, right? It's just.
I asked that girl that. Remember, that's gonna be.
You asked that girl that, and she had nothing to say to that.
Nothing to say.
When immigrants talk about when these pro-Palestinians, for instance, that talk about Australia and they say it's a colonial project, that it's not always will be Aboriginal land, that they don't recognize Australia, and you ask them, well, why are you here?
Yeah,
why are you coming to stolen land? And then why, Avi? Listen to this one. Why would people that believe that this is stolen land welcome mass immigration?
I know. I've never understood that.
Wouldn't you want to oppose mass immigration if you believe that this is stolen
deportations
land?
Is what?
Why would you want to bring in more people to steal more land? What are you doing? How does that make sense?
I know.
It doesn't make sense. It's all over the shop.
I know. It's the woke mind virus. Is real. But Abby's first response right after was bad. But let's read a couple of super chats. Let's read maybe 10 super chats and then to knock some off, and then we'll go to Abby's initial crazy.
This is from Ian. Thanks for the super chat. Cops, government wants. We read this one.
Oh, sorry.
Was it? Yeah, we read that one.
Thanks for the super chat again. What do we got here?
This is from Unmaddening. Thanks for the super chat. Thanks for your lives. As truth seekers, it's great to see the truth unfold, not just the MSM narrative. Great for us at Unmaddening Live. We unpack the madness of society, one word at a time. You have been name dropped once or twice. So, guys, you can check out Unmaddening on YouTube. They're saying they unpack the madness. So,
I'm gonna have
thanks
to
for
check it
super
out.
chat, and check them out, guys. Jump on board, subscribe. I don't know exactly what their content is. Okay, I can't endorse all their views.
I know. I'm gonna. This is gonna get clipped tomorrow. Like it's gonna turn out to be some national.
I don't know what. Maybe Unmaddening is into some weird stuff. I don't know. I'm just speculating.
We appreciate the support, but
Yeah.
guys, you can go check it out and judge it for.
Jump on board. Exactly.
It would have been a clever way to get them to make you plug it.
That's good. This is from Spooky Andy. Thanks again. Rebel News, Eyewitness News. They can lie all they like, then boom, you are the media. There's some things that can't be discounted.
The next super chat, I'll just read part, like most of it, just not say the name because I don't want to. On some of the platforms that this is on Meta, you're not allowed to. So on Facebook, it might cause a problem. We need a revolution like Britain above it to have with what? Like Britain above it to have with
Britain are about to have.
Britain are about to have. It's above it, but about to have with TR, which I can't. Rise Britain and Australia. Love yous, Rukhshan and Avi, legend Aussies. That's from Sunnyside First Fleet. Appreciate your super chat once again, and I agree. There is no one like that in Australia as of yet. But hopefully one day. Oh shit! After all that, I put it up, but it flashed, so it's all right.
Back. Just message your ex with the post. That's a different one.
No, that's a different one. You freaked me out.
Yeah, sorry, I freaked you out.
It wasn't. It's not that bad. Like it probably can be all right to be on screen as long as
it's fine. I think it's fine now. Just message your ex with a post showing a media note that was apparently sent to journos, unconfirmed from what I can tell, but interesting. There was this thing that was circulating before the protest. I don't know if you've seen it. I don't know if it's real.
Yeah,
it sounds a bit like.
Too good.
It sounds something that would be put up there to kind of make people think it's real. It just sounds a bit too ridiculous. But you know, you never know. You never know with these things. But it does sound a bit out there. Just how direct they are in attempts to manipulate what they wanted to capture on the day for their particular narrative. I know exactly what you talked about. I just don't know if it's 100% true. Sources on that are a bit funny.
One second. Sorry. Here we go.
That's from Cool Aussie. Thanks for the super chat, mate. Hey, Rukhshan and Avi, thank you for documenting proud Aussies over the weekend and exposing the losers from NSN. They can go to this can go towards Daniel's legal defense. Great. Seriously, is it possible Saul actually works for ASIO? I mean, look, it's just like you can never know with these things because obviously you'd want your spy agencies and your federal police or whatever to be good at spycraft and statecraft and not do it in a way where we can suspect, actually find out. But, you know, some things do lead me to believe that the things that they do definitely benefits the state. It definitely doesn't benefit Australians in general. It doesn't benefit, our rights as such because they use these individuals and these groups to implement things that they want to.
Yeah, they're useful idiots. They just help them accidentally.
Useful idiots, a useful idiot cause, and that benefits.
Having said that, I guarantee you there are undercovers in their group for sure.
I would be disappointed in our agencies if they had not managed to infiltrate.
If this was Israel, definitely.
And they're such a group where if you saw some of their members, you're looking at guys that
they're desperate.
Don't look like they're all there in terms of, there's a lot of issues with some of the individuals that are in that group. I don't want to denigrate people once again, but
mate, you can denigrate Nazis.
They're pretty desperate. Like the number one requirement is pretty much just white skin.
Yeah.
So
there was one there that looked like he was like some
Maltese or Italian or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, he was interesting. He was arcing up as well.
Oh, he was one of the main one. Cool Aussie, I just want to say thank you for the
maybe he found some
Vic Paul wouldn't allow one of us in the Hamas walk. And that's so true. That's exactly my point. That's what I'm saying. And it's not so different because the point is, if you ask the crowd who showed up, if the NSN is on their side or on the opposing side, whatever opposing side, most people would have said they're on the opposing side. So why do you let... And I know why, because police know if you have like one person go into the pro-Hamas side, as soon as they're outnumbered, they're going to get hurt.
Yeah, 100%.
I don't know why they didn't expect the same, or they didn't care that people get hurt on this side. I don't know. I guess I'll find out soon.
gave him $1. Thanks for the super chat. You gave us $5 actually. The deal with India to build homes, is that a done deal? Now this is, I don't know if you've seen this, Avi. There's a video floating around online of a minister in India or some sort of political person. Exactly who he's talking to in the Australian government is unclear. Now that it's being picked up in the mainstream press and some politicians are talking about it, we might get some more clarity. It's possible that these ideas have been floated by, advisors and people talking at a lower level, perhaps. It could be a high level thing. I don't know. We don't know for sure yet. But there is this idea that's running in India that Australia or someone from Australia in some sort of position of power has approached them to build 1 million homes in Australia. And to do that, they're going to bring in workers, tradesmen, craftsmen, builders from Australia, from India, who are already building stuff there. They're trying to attract those people who apply for this program to come to Australia to build 1 million homes. And a part of that deal is that, they'll get support from the Australian government, apparently. They'll get, certification to recertify in Australia for their building. And then they're going to be the ones that are going to build these 1 million homes and these new cities and new towns that Australia desperately needs. I mean, the whole thing just sounds a bit loopy. It sounds crazy. You're gonna get more people from India and other places come to Australia to build the houses which are lacking in Australia. So your people are immigrating to build the houses, and you're still bringing in more immigrants, and it just sounds like a mess all over the place. But look, I wouldn't be surprised if Labor has. Again, I'm speculating here. We don't know for sure if they have done some sort of deal like this, because the Albanese government did do a deal with the universities to bring in more Indian students as well. Who knows? It's a shame. Again, we should be Australia focused. We should be encouraging people in this country to take up the trades more, because that's dissipating a little bit as well. We should be making it easier for builders to, with less regulations, to actually build more houses a bit quicker, whatever it takes, right? These are the things that we should be looking at, not looking for foreign labor, right? Not looking for foreign labor, then come into this country and build houses here. I mean, it's crazy if it's at that point and the government's hiding something from us. So it'll be interesting over the next couple of weeks to see if that's actually true. And if it is true, then what the fallout of all that will be, because there's people poking around that now. So that's all we're going to say about this. We don't really know the exact details.
We'll watch it maybe for Thursday show. We'll see what's happening, if there's any updates on that. Thanks for the super chat. Just a couple of super chats. The Marin, thank you. Matty,
thank you.
Peter, thank you, all three of you. And let's just
appreciate it.
Let's quickly I just want to watch, I'm not going to watch the whole thing. I just want to watch a minute or so from her initial reaction to the protest, because there was something in there that was kind of funny.
For Australia, rally is fucking
so fake.
So embarrassing. These people look exactly how you think they look, and they're the exact kind of people that you would imagine would go to these fucking rallies.
Such disdain for the average Aussie. And the thing is, I just don't know how someone on the left can mock how people look at rallies. Have you looked at any left-wing rally? Any. literally on that day, if you look at the footage of the pro-Palestinian who, for example, when they beat that old guy, look at them. They're all fat, ugly messes. What are you talking about? How are you mocking people's appearance? Yeah. People in glass houses, what do they say?
Shouldn't throw stones.
And the funny thing is, like, most of the people there look normal. Like, yeah, there are some, or there's always odd-looking people there, but
Yeah.
most of the people look like average Aussies. Her fake laugh there, like she's got some sort of win. What win is that, you absolute nutcase?
She's just playing to stereotypes. Like she's
Yeah.
trying to like make it look like it was some sort of like bogan.
Bogan, I
fest or
know.
something, and, like that's what she's going for. It's again low hanging fruit. It's for a dumb audience. Like obviously the people who are watching her are also dumb, besides us two.
Yeah.
And everyone else.
Or
is watching
especially
with
us too.
Especially us too. And she's just playing to that crowd. And like, what is the point of any of what she's doing? Keep playing if you are.
Not a coherent thought between the lot of them nationwide. The interviews that I've seen.
And okay, anyone that watched, so she's a complete liar, because one of the things that actually impressed me is some of the people, actually quite a lot of the people we interviewed, I was shocked at what they were, kind of how they articulated their view, and there was actually kind of a diverse range of views for the same issues. And so it was interesting sometimes talking to somebody and they came at it from a completely different approach for a different reason, but the same underlying issue. And I thought, wow, there was heaps of articulate people who I spoke to. The most striking to me was that guy on the bike who had his face mask on. And I actually asked him why he had a face mask on at one point, because I know like people, and he was just scared of, I think he was in the unions
Digital
or something, and the digital surveillance. He was worried that they were going to label him a Nazi or whatever, and he just doesn't want to be seen. Fine, accept it, don't accept it. But when he spoke, he was really super articulate. Like, I thought he was going to be a waste of my time. Complete nonsense. Like, she didn't watch anything. She didn't really watch anything. Like,
the people at, I could tell, Avi, the people at that crowd yesterday were people who had real world experience, whether good or bad.
Yeah.
They have lived life. Whether it's
Yeah.
a hard life or a good life, or whether it's running a business or working in a job and putting food on the table, these are people that work and have been through a lot, and that's why they're concerned about the country.
I just got to say, Cruel Intentions just wrote, Abby Chatfield is a waste of good boobs. Cruel Intentions.
And, that was my view, because you could tell that people were speaking from the heart sometimes, and they had experience. Now, at these left-wing things, Avi, that I see at least, even on the ground, what do we get? We got people just screaming things at you.
Yeah.
You want to interview them, they'll just scream things, and they'll scream things they've heard online or things that they've never experienced in their lives. They just heard it on some podcast or something, right? They have no idea.
Yep.
That's not what we saw at the Marches for
No.
Australia. We saw at the Marches for Australia people who lived real lives. And that is confronting for people like Abby Chatfield, because it's like, these are the people the government is ignoring, and she's now trying to convince everyone else that these are the people that we should also ignore, because they're telling the truth about what's happening in the country. And it's deceptive what she's doing, trying to use humor and belittling people to shut down the conversation. But I think she must know what she's attempting to do, because obviously her take is.
And remember, she's that person that cries about people bullying her, and here she is just like
bullying people.
No, she always cries about people bullying her, and she's out there just bullying people on their appearance and claiming that they don't know what they're like. They can't string a sentence together.
Fucking, like, all of them are holding a stubby for some reason. All of them have got a beard. I mean,
literally, there were some people with beards. No. What are you talking about? Like, she's just a blatant liar.
Obviously. And they're all just going, Albo's gotta go. The government works for us, actually. So Albo, like, they don't even have demands. They don't have requests. They don't have
There was a very simple
they don't even
demand.
know
what.
The demand was very simple, I think. It was like a very simple demand.
End mass migration, like cap migration. That's literally the demand.
what the fuck they're there for. All they're fueled by is hate and racism, and they want to blame other people because they are such fucking losers.
Look at the fake laugh.
Like, they are such losers. Like, when you actually see them in the flesh, they are.
She's cooked.
She's cooked.
I
She's
have
actually
a strong
cooker.
feeling yet again that maybe the reason why your lives are shit has nothing to do with immigrants. I think it might be that you are incoherent, incompetent victims who have no skills, who have no ambition, who have no qualifications, no training. You can barely fucking
Describing
speak.
the left to a T.
I know.
He's describing the far left to a T.
Somebody who goes on your victims. She's the biggest victim. You're a freaking hypocrite. Like, Abby Chatfield needs a mirror. It seems like every video that she does.
Maybe she's talking to herself.
Maybe.
And I wonder if everything you've got on, everything that you're waving, those flags, was it all made in Australia? Have you all gone and handmade those?
Oh, yeah.
Or
That
are
was
you
a good one,
profiting off
Abby.
the labour of different countries so that you can sit there and pretend that we don't need any people and other people, Australia first, Australia first. Okay. So how come you're fine to profit off the labour of other countries?
What?
And then come to a rally in the stuff that you've bought for very cheap.
He's just saying the flags are
because of the
Chinese. Or
I know what she's saying, but how's that got to do with? They're not saying we don't want to buy Chinese stuff. It wasn't a rally against buying Chinese.
One of the first guys you spoke to was like a Chinese guy, I think, or an Asian guy.
Bro, it's just like such a ridiculous. It's just a stupid she's conflating two things because that's like a talking point. Like that is just one of the regular talking points that you see from the left when they point out that it's generally like a America first. It's off the American talking points, like America first rallies or whatever, and then they go, oh, look at the jumper label. It says it's made in China, and fine. Like if you're doing a rally that was labeled Australia first, as in keep everything Australia owned, keep it, then you can make that argument. But those guys weren't actually even rallying to keep stuff in Australia. Like they were it's about mass migration. In fact, they say send more back home, keep them there so that they can make us cheap stuff. Like you can argue that the same way. What are you talking?
I have heard that. Yeah.
So what are you talking about? She's just recycling because she obviously watches like a lot of left wing overseas stuff, and it's just like recycled talking points and applying it here where it is actually not relevant.
I mean, if it's the worldview that it was a racist thing that people were there for, which is again against everything that we saw on the day.
Yeah,
like, facts. Yeah.
Of those countries that is fueled by the West. Actually, you're okay to do that. You come in, you go, but I won't have them come here. But I won't have them come here. I also have seen them yelling at Aboriginal people. Guys, you are the immigrants. We are immigrants. Ah! Can you believe it? Can you believe it? We're actually immigrants. We're actually a country of immigrants, colonizers, actually. So I'm not sure why suddenly old mate John with the stubby fucking cooler and his boardies and those thick material thongs is sitting there going, like it's
DS,
off.
mate. DS.
Like, there wasn't even one person. There wasn't even one person there with thongs on. Not even one. She's
exactly. And I refuse to accept this whole argument about, just to deviate a little bit. Like, you know, when the British settled Australia, I talked about this on my show.
Yeah.
I won't go into too much detail. They didn't step into Australia as we know today. They built this country when they came here. They didn't take like a pre-existing civilization and infrastructure. They created all of that. Yes, there were people here scattered and indigenous and living more of a kind of like a tribal style existence, but it wasn't the Australia that we know today. So it's not like these immigrants just turned up and they had to build it from the ground up, the country that we enjoy today. And there's lots of things associated with that, Avi, but it's not the way that these people describe it. There is a country, a nation of Australia that's been created by the hard work of many different people, including now in today's time, the modern times, last couple of decades, lots of immigrants as well. And she's just like, again, every single stereotype you can think of, every single trope you can think of, every single stereotype that you can use to denigrate people, she'll use that, try to prove her point. But anyone that's got half a brain listening to that will know that she's full of crap.
Yep. All right. I think we saw enough. Do you want to... You sent me something from Perth. Was that worth a watch? It's only a minute. Did you watch it?
No, I think we've talked about... It's just the NSN in Perth.
Okay. So the last story, and then we'll just finish off with the super chats, is obviously the headline. So
just in. This was Thomas Sewell arrested today for their for allegedly what happened for their attack on that Aboriginal camp or whatever it is. It is interesting. Somebody pointing out like that other guy who was also there today with Jacinta Allen. He's smashed on the ground, but they always seem to be gentle with Thomas Sewell. It kind of fuels that conspiracy that he's one of them.
I think, look, Thomas is an interesting character. Like, he sometimes, it's almost like he accepts like what's about to happen to him, and he kind of he tries to stay calm and so that he's a reasonable individual. And if you watch the 9 News interview or 10 News, he's kind of talking to the camera and very calmly saying that this is the country we live in. It's like, this is what happens when you speak out. And he's trying to remain calm. I don't know what happened before this was filmed with that other individual. That's the son of that police officer, I believe. Allegedly, his name is Nathan Bull or something like this. And I don't know what happened where the police had to get him, or maybe he wasn't expecting to be a target of an arrest today. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, look, you got to know where I don't know what happened before that. So he may have resisted. That's probably more likely. Like, he probably resisted, and they went a bit harder. Bit hard to know. Went there, but it is interesting that they're obviously applying far more sort of force to the other guy than him for whatever reason. And yeah, I think it was inevitable. It was obvious, watching their behaviour throughout the day, even before they targeted the Aboriginal camp or whatever. It was clear that they were going to get done for half of the stuff that they've been doing. The police have been arresting him. The police just a few nights ago arrested him for attacking that homeless person. They also did it in the city. You remember when we were walking, there was that guy sitting with blood all over his face, and they said, "Oh yeah, the Nazis just smashed him." And they were doing that all day. Like, they were just walking through the city, and if somebody, it's like I don't know if they convinced themselves that if somebody's in your walking path, then you can kick the shit out of them. I don't know. I suspect a couple of them were like, on something for a bit of Dutch courage. I don't know if you call what you'd call it, if it's I mean, the eyes, one of them. You'll see on Thursday when we put the one of with the National Socialists, you'll see there's footage in there that it caught with one of them's eyes was like that.
Yeah, man. It looked like crazy eyes. I don't know if there was some sort of like handicap or something with some of the individuals. I couldn't tell because we were pretty close to them in that interaction when we were talking back and forth with them. Yeah, and you could see their eyes, and they're like there wasn't lacking self-control. Is what I would like to say. That they were really amped up and they were really hyped. And then you saw that behavior throughout the day where they just kind of attacked anyone that would get in their way or maybe be any type of opposition to that they felt was opposed to them. They would be ready to fight them. And so I don't know, Avi. So these arrests are interesting because we've seen that footage of that ambush. Now they say that other things happened beforehand. We don't know. We haven't seen anything footage besides some photos and allegations that something else had happened. But from the footage that we did see of that camp, it wasn't just these two. There was a few others that were involved in beating these people up. So whether this is the first of 2 arrests and Victoria Police are going to go find and round up the others as well, I don't know. But it feels like they might be doing that because...
And they're going to be doing some jail time.
If it was a version that we saw and that, they were beating up on like a girl, for instance, like 4 of them, like beating her up with the sticks or whatever they were doing. I think they're going to get done for it because a lot of those lefties as well, they're going to go after these guys with lawyers and they're going to press charges. They're not just going to walk away from it.
They're in serious trouble. Listen, from a self-defense, like they cannot use self-defense as a defense in this case because even if what they're saying is true, which I'm sure lefties went to that camp. I wouldn't be surprised if lefties were part of that camp that were causing trouble in the day. I don't think they know exactly who. But even if it is true, I tend not to take the word for the National Socialists that they actually knew anyone that was there. Like, I just don't believe these guys. I've seen how they were behaving. But even if it was true, you just not allowed, you cannot, that's not self-defense. You can't go and hunt somebody half an hour later in their home or their camp or whatever. Like, if somebody attacks you, that doesn't give you the right. It gives you the right in the moment to self-defense. It doesn't give you the right to later track them down and dish out, a serving of revenge. So they are going to get done for this 100%. The question is the police going to do what they said they were going to do today? And that is charge them under terrorism legislation.
Hate crime or something, right?
They were even saying they're investigating it as an act of terror. And the reason why that, like, even hate crime's bad with regards to penalties, but terrorism comes with crazy minimum mandatory sentences. Like, you're talking about for an assault, you could go straight away years in jail if it's terrorism. Yeah, also hate crime's also bad, but as opposed to just an average assault. And you also need to remember Thomas Sewell is up for multiple different assaults, being convicted of one already. These guys are going to jail. Like, Thomas Sewell is going to jail. The question is how long? And the question is, how will they go?
From everything I saw when they did that attack on the camp, I was like, all right, these guys are idiots. They're asking for it, and the law is going to come down hard on them. And I could see, Avi, I was in Canberra, and I was listening to all the politicians.
Yeah, you were telling me.
Speaking that day in Parliament. And yeah, they were pretty much like, they went after this Aboriginal camp. And you might be like, well, there's double standards and the lefties. But you have to understand the optics of all of this.
Yeah.
And the government, even the police, they can't easily let go of something like that, if that makes sense, right?
And if there's bipartisan support in taking these guys out, and it is absolutely bipartisan. And you know what? It's not even bipartisan only in the corridors of power in Parliament. It's also bipartisan on the internet. If you look, the only people defending these are the Nazis and their extended Nazi bots online, and people like Ozpil and Australia versus Agenda, and like the people that are pretending they're not really a part of them, but they are. What do you call it? You like to call it Nazi adjacent. The Nazi
adjacent, fence sitting, maybe. I don't know. Like, it's not everyone is, again, like, but some people just afraid to do it because they don't want the backlash from those people. Because look, if you go against them online, Avi, like I get this all the time. If you are someone that they know that you're against their particular worldview, they come at you in the comments. Like, they harass you. They'll send people after you on, and some people don't want to go through that. So it's not necessarily they agree with them. They just don't want to go through that because they'll lose followers, they'll lose likes, they'll lose engagement, and they'd rather that than actually standing up for individuals like this who I believe really are not Australians in the sense of, good, competent members of a civil society. They are extremists, and they make everyone look bad. And sometimes the law does come down hard on people like this because of their own doing. This is not the system. This is not the system. They did not have to attack as a horde the Aboriginal camp that day, right? They did not have to do it in the manner that they did it, but they chose to do it. And sometimes choices then have consequences. So I'll be interested to see what those consequences are and how the government really, if those consequences then affect the rest of us as well, because we can see changes to laws that we've seen in the past when these things happen, and it affects all of us in a way.
All right, let's quickly try to do these super chats and call it a night. So let's read them quickly. Coley Israel says, in Vic, people rage at the sight of Nazis, yet ignore the weekly chants of KB Yaya Hood, and even worse things not worth repeating. No surprise there. Horseshoe theory at work. Totally agree. Thanks for the super chat. It's so true. And I find it even funny to add to that point is people like Purple Pingers, outraged at the Zionist Council for not, condemning the Nazis as harshly as they condemn the pro-Palestinians because somehow Bro, you guys are the same. Like, Purple Pingers, you are the same as the National Socialists. You're just on the other side of it. Yes, as Jews, I can say, until now, I thought you were more of a risk to the Jewish community. Now I think you're on par, because now I've seen that the National Socialists are willing to get violent. Until now, I saw that they weren't really, like, they were willing to engage, and they were annoying, and they like to intimidate.
Well,
but now I see...
they were saying they want to become a political movement. Like, these are the leaders of your movement going in to fight and bash people and kick people around.
But again, to Cole Israel's point, is the left have been doing that for years. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, Antifa have been doing that. The Antifa, which are part of the Victorian Socialists, which is the same thing on the left.
That's true.
National Socialists, Victorian Socialists, same shit. They dress the same. They look the same. They have the same tactics. So don't act all high and mighty, purple fingers, because no, we see them, but we see you too.
Yeah, we see it all. We're noticing.
We're noticing. Anna says, well done, Rukhshan and Avi, on keeping us well informed. The Lotus eaters just described the Nazis that turned up to the marches in Australia as agent provocateurs. Do you think that is accurate? I think we've hashed that out. Thank you for the super chat.
Lotus eaters. I think that's Sargon of what his name. But look, agent.
Who's that? I don't know who's Lotus eaters.
Lotus eaters, the UK based Sargon of.
Okay. Yeah. Look, it's I think they call it Fed jacking, like, and they often talk about it. I will reiterate. I don't know. I think a lot of them are useful idiots. I would imagine that there are feds in and amongst them, not necessarily leading them. It would be a pretty crazy operation if Tom Sewell was a fed, to be fair. But there's definitely feds in there, and I don't think he's quite that sophisticated to be able to. And I also think he's just desperate. He's desperate for any membership, and that's why when you saw them with their masks off, they probably should have kept. They look way more intimidating with masks on.
I just want to reply to one comment, Ivy, that's on a super chat. Just give me the allow me the opportunity here. Some Lankan 815 is saying, Rukhshan Fernando, you are not white, okay? They don't like you. Also, you worry about your own country, Sri Lanka. I don't know if this is a Sri Lankan living here or someone watching from Sri Lanka, but listen, I'm Australian. I'm in Australia. I care about Australia. If you're living here and you're worried about Sri Lanka, I would advise you, probably you're better off going back and worrying about Sri Lanka yourself.
We don't want Rukhshan, we don't want your tribal Lanka politics.
I'm just saying, I'm concerned. My only focus is Australia and this country. If I was,
do you not have? Is that not your backup plan? Did you love how that clip went viral about my backup plan?
Oh man, I've seen that popping up in like everywhere. All different types of people.
I love how it's the agenda guy. Australia versus the agenda. The same guys that always cry about context being cut. They cut that little clip like I'm saying my backup plan means I'm running to Israel. Like, bro, I'm here. I'm fighting. I've been fighting on the front line in Australia a lot longer than any of you. Like, Australia versus agenda popped up in COVID, got a big head because a few people started following him in COVID, and then drifted down that rabbit hole and has been stuck down there like a little rat, and now turns to me like I'm not fighting for this guy. Mate,
hey, look,
you do you.
It's an interesting platform. I actually think the stuff that he's doing in Parliament in terms of
the Parliament stuff is good.
Watching the news and getting those clips and doing that, it's good to have someone in Australia doing that. I think it's actually a good service. Like, it's actually good what he's doing.
I support.
You know what I mean?
I support that.
I do see them get traction. I support that.
I support that. I support that. I just think it's funny that it's the first people who talk about me running away, not unwilling to fight for Australia, because they cut a thing out of context of me saying that when Australia loses its Australianness, I'm out. Like most Aussies would be, should be, to be fair. Like, what are you going to do? Like, if the whole country turns into a communist, if the neo-Nazis win power in Australia, what do you want me to do? You want me to fight alone against them? Yeah, look, history tells the Jews to get out at some point, because if you stay, one of the things that I heard from a lot of Holocaust survivors growing up was we didn't take the threat seriously enough until it was too late and we couldn't get out. So I'm not going to be one of those people. Like, I love this country with everything I've got, and I will fight with it until I will fight for it until the last moment. But when that time comes, I'm prepared for that time because you know what? I accept my defeat if I lose it. And I just hope, and it was funny because somebody at the rally asked me, and I go to him, mate, and they weren't asking in a negative way. They go, no, don't leave. Like, we need you here. I go, no, mate, I'm here fighting. I've been fighting here a long time. I'm not leaving. I'm actually saying I'm fighting. I go, I'm just hopeful more people are standing up to fight. But today it looks like it's happening. So, the event on the weekend gave me hope and inspired me to believe that actually Australia could be saved because there are real patriots and we haven't lost everyone down the same rabbit hole as these people like Ozpil and Australia versus Agenda. Yes, he does some good work, but he's also down the rabbit hole. And so he should stick to the good service. Is Simo? Lissimo. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Like, all these super chats are really appreciated. Also, Katrina, thank you.
Thank you.
Keep flying them.
Oh, this is
Stevie. Remember I haven't seen him with a flag lately.
I think he was at the. I think I saw some photos of him at the march. But during COVID, he had the big.
He was the flag guy.
He had the American flag, the Australian flag.
No, he had the Australia at the top, and then
the Union Jack,
and
he was always there in the front lines of COVID. Steve,
Stevie,
guy.
Thanks for the super chat, brother. Yeah. I always liked him. He was one of those ones that the protests always like. Peter, they don't allow men in black at any other protest, yet they let them run ours on police and Albo putting the public danger like that. To be fair, Peter, like I've been saying through this show, that's literally what Antifa does. Antifa comes in that same black uniform. It's just so funny to me that they are exactly the same. And remember, we pointed out at the protest at the time, is many of the chants about genocide was the same. The woman basher, like all their chants, even the tunes, I noticed they've adopted the leftist tunes.
Yeah.
Like they started chanting "Get off our street." Yeah, he was.
Yeah, Joel Davison's Antifa. When you look at some of those scrawny SN members, they could be leftists in Antifa. Like, you can't tell the difference, really.
Thanks.
It's only a couple of them that really have that strict certain view. The other ones, you know that they could move at any moment, just like Joel Davis did between Antifa and the SN.
They just want, they want to be a part of something. They're losers. That's the thing. Most of that group, almost all the group are losers. The flag burning was an Aboriginal Aussie. Sad. I don't know where you saw that, but it's whoever it was. It's shameful. Thanks for the super chat, Abby. Did anyone recognize the lectern on stage? It just happened to be the same as the Nazis have. It was 100% not like the Nazis, like Ozpil and all that. Mate, it was a psyop created by the geniuses who thought we wouldn't see through it. Thank you for the no, it wasn't a psyop, but it was definitely it was a
subverted.
A subversion, a sophisticated plan by the geniuses of the caliber of Beck Freedom and Ozpil. Jack63 says, it was nice to see the Australian flag for a change. Absolutely agree with that.
Definitely.
That was, and actually, I got to say, editing in the last 2 days, where especially seeing the 360 where you just see a sea of Australian flags is a beautiful sight. And so you guys will get to see more of that when those videos come out tomorrow and the next day. Outback Jack says, I only found your channel today and I've binged your videos all day in the tractor. Keep up the good work, mate. F the NSN. Well, welcome to the channel, Outback Jack. Please don't crash the tractor because of me. But I hope you're enjoying the kind of how. I wonder what.
Well, as long as he's in his tractor and he's chasing Albo, we support him. So.
You're inciting violence there, Rukhshan.
Am I? Well, like farmers are more than justified in chasing out those politicians who come to sell their nonsense and try to trick them as well, right? They're subversive as well, the politicians.
Nah,
chase them out.
Oh my god. Good on you, Outback Jack. Welcome to the channel. What do we got? We have Ed says, so proud of you both. Could you address Jake from Rattles Nakev's TV coverage on it?
TV.
He seems to be very anti-Israel. You both should chat or debate. Ellie, I don't know who he is.
Maybe it's Jake Shields.
No, that's not Jake Shields.
Is that him?
Rattlesnake TV. Sorry, I didn't read that properly. Rattlesnake TV.
Gotta check that out next time. Homework for you.
Yeah. Maybe send it to me in an email. Avi@rebelnews.com to remind me, because I'll forget after reading these super chats. Thank you for the super chat. What do we got here? Oh, Paul says, good work, boys. Just to help with security, etc. Thank you so much for your super chat. Really appreciate it. And yeah, look, it's not cheap doing what we do, but you guys are the ones that make it all possible. Yeah, like sitting in the studio is obviously a lot cheaper. Although all the streaming costs and the equipment is not cheap here either. But going out, obviously, all the overheads are paying people to be there with us, and it seems like I'm going to have to hire an army ready for next time. Thank you, much appreciated. Ban Fruitcake says the irony of the NSNGBT calling Avi a woman basher, then heading off to bash women at a Camp Sovereign is wild. Love your work, guys. Yeah, exactly. To me, it was just pretty crazy. It was but you see it. It's like it's consistent with these guys. Whatever they claim other people are doing, they're often doing themselves, especially when they're chanting it. It's like when the left, like the pro-Hamas, like those girls running around with a chopping board, they were clearly looking for me until I sputtered on them and then they ran. But yeah,
I can't believe they had that chopping board. Oh my god!
But you guys care so much about women. Yeah, you care so much about women, but don't talk about the women on October 7. You know, it's like me too. Anyways. We've thingoed that a lot. Let's keep going. Maxine says, mass immigration of people who don't assimilate. I wouldn't have a problem with, mass. What's a word for it? When you...
assimilation.
No. Mass immigration of people who don't assimilate. That's what they're against. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm assuming. Yes.
Yeah. That's the problem.
That is the problem. Effie says, hi, Rukhshan and Avi. Took me a few days to watch all of the live stream. Thanks for that, for all that you did. It was great to see all the Aussies speaking of the love of our country. Absolutely agree. See, and that's why I'm putting the videos together, because like watching 4 hours is a lot. And that kind of long form streaming, you kind of have it on the back end at the time. It's like people engage in it, they have it on and they're just doing stuff, and then when something's happening, they just watch. But yeah, you would have to watch it over a few days otherwise. And that's why we put it together to package it for people that don't have the chance over a few days to do it. But I really appreciate it. I'm glad that you liked it though. We loved doing it at the end. Mind you, I'm still recovering from it. Sunny aside, First Fleet, thank you for another super chat. How do Australian tradies compete with thousands of immigrant tradies from India? Albo, sinister move. The day after our March for Australia, not racist, it's numbers and Aussies traders. Yeah, so that's what you were talking about before. I don't know exactly what, we don't know much about it. But
I don't know how legitimate it is yet. Yeah, I don't know what it looks like.
We'll find out. Well, anyways, I'm sure now people are looking at it, so people are focused on it. So I'm sure we'll find out. Bam Fruitcake says, after seeing the organisers bluff Aussies, Martin Bryan is now organising a march to bring back our gun rights. Who's seen? Thank you, Bam Fruitcake.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good analogy.
Yes. Lizmo says, another super chat, thank you. I wanted to attend the March for Australia rally, but decided against going because some of the anti-Semitic opinions that the organisers expressed. I totally get you. And we were talking about, I think a big part of it, the problem is, remember, they weren't the initial organisers. The people that jumped on, like Beck Freedom, Peel or Oz Peel, whatever, like all these people were ambulance chasers that jumped on it, and the NSN and, that all those groups, they chased the original thing that organically grew. It wasn't there. Like now they're going to try and announce their own. They're going to fizz. They're going to fizzle. Nobody trusts them. Beck Freedom says she's doing a protest. Nobody's going to believe her. Nobody's going to believe that it's going to be like without the radicals and that. She's proven that she works alongside them. Hopefully somebody else pulls in and pulls together. And it looks like there are people forming. We'll see what happens, I'll judge it when it comes by.
Yeah.
Thank you for the super chat. Spooky Andy says, celebrity is hard, Avi. Selfie king. Thank you. Yes, tough gig I have. Listen, I prefer when I'm surrounded by people who like me than hate me, I gotta say. It feels nicer. The real Eric says, I'll always have Avi in a pink tutu for my wallpaper. Yes. I saw that.
Hey, thanks for the super chat. I met a few people that actually had our photos as, 2 other people, I think, that had our photos as their wallpaper on their phone. So we do have some super fans of the Opposition podcast out there. And guys, if you're watching today, thank you for supporting the show. It's great fun to do this for you guys.
Rukhshan's been talking about it for 2 days. He goes, oh my God, I can't believe I'm on people's phones. Oh my God, I'm such a legend.
I've not been talking about it.
Such a liar, Rukhshan.
Avi's very excited about this after he's heard this. Avi's wallpaper is actually a photo of himself. That's the truth.
It's so true.
Now you guys know. He has a photo of himself on his wallpaper. Right? No one will not believe me. That's the case.
Okay. No, I don't. I don't.
You changed it quickly.
It's my kids when they were tiny. They look cute, actually. What happened to them?
This is definitely not the Benji we know, because he wouldn't be sending us a super chat.
Yeah. What would you say to those people who are woke right closet Nazi simps that say that the neo-Nazis are useful allies because they can be used as protection as they can fight back against Antifa? I'd say stop being woke right closet Nazis and just come out and say what you think. The whole idea of the enemy of my enemy is my friend doesn't apply into this situation. Soon as you...
I don't think you got to go down the path of the left and just turn to violence. I mean, that's one of the reasons that we differentiate ourselves from that particular mob. I get this whole thing about, they're like a vanguard, they're protecting us from the evil left, and therefore we should tolerate them because they'll fight and protect people. But really, there were plenty of strong, capable men at that march, Aussies, that the ones that stood up around us, that were capable of taking on anyone. And if things actually went down, they would have stood up there for the kids and the families that they came with against any lefty.
That's true.
To think that Australian men wouldn't stand up when they need to, and somehow they have to turn to these Nazis to stand up for them, is just ridiculous.
Yep.
Don't let them trick you into believing that. Because
but the question was what you would say to woke right people that say that. What I would say to you is
they're delusional, yeah,
and they're arguing in bad faith. They, by definition, like what you're explaining to me, is somebody that doesn't want to admit that he idolizes them. So he's just looking for an excuse to say it. So I would say, well, I don't need to convince you that they're not, because you're just using that as an excuse to hoodwink them, So just tell people to start being real. Like, if you want to love them, go love them, but go to their events.
Someone in the comments like, we're labeling people Nazis now. That's a particularly a left trait. Again, I just want to reiterate.
It's a National Socialist network.
And they are self-confessed neo-Nazis. They will tell you that they are racist, that they are Nazis, and they are proud of it. So they self-label themselves as such. And I think it's only fair that we call them what they want to be identified
by their preferred pronoun.
Their preferred pronoun.
But
It's all
yeah,
fun.
and the problem is labeling people Nazis for their opinions. If somebody actually has Nazi opinions, then kind of Nazis. There's no way to get away from that. And if somebody certainly self-identifies like that whole group dressed in black, they're called the National Socialist Network. So I don't think. I always find it funny when they say, "Oh my God, you're calling us Nazis!" Like, dude, you're literally Nazis. Like, you're telling us.
Have you seen their uniform? They have
Is it
HH on it, obviously, for like Hail Hitler.
Yeah.
Like it's all a part of their whole ethos. Is that like so? We call them Nazis because that is what they identify as.
Mate, so if you have a problem with it, just ask them to stop calling themselves Nazis.
Tell them.
Cooking Simon says, Avi definitely hasn't touched a woman. That's the biggest truth I've heard this live. That was actually funny now that I think of it. That can be clipped because I didn't. Okay. You win. Avi is biased against Aussies because they kicked him out. That is true. You win. Again, I'm getting those are two comments from your chat for sure.
Kicked you out. Yeah, I mean the Nazis. Yes, they attempted to, but then the Australians that were there were like, "No, what are you talking about?"
I was actually backed by an army of Aussies, but whatever.
It was like you can't see it in the footage, but there was like all these like massive Aussie guys standing around being like, "No."
They were like at the end of it, they came around after it happened, and they're like, "Oh man, we'll come with you. We're walking with you." You see it on the live, you can hear them, but on the 360, you see them. Lisa, welcome to the chat. Really good to have you back in. Thank you for your whopping generosity again.
I met Lisa as well that day.
Yeah.
I've met her as well now.
I want to reclaim my city, restore safety for all on Sundays. 100 consecutive weekends of Palestinian protest is costing us heaps. Cops on overtime, retail closed, shoppers deterred, trams and trains cancelled. Totally agree, and you have to be one of Australia's, or definitely Victoria's, toughest activists who show zero fear. So, good on you. I think every time I see one of your comments, I think that is a brave person, because not many people have the...
I'm getting messages, Avi, from people from the camp sovereignty saying that, we're not telling the whole story from their side, that we should go talk to them. Maybe you can do an interview with them.
Camp sovereignty?
That is the camp that was ambushed.
I know who Camp sovereignty. So that if they do an interview, I'll go there. Although I'm running out of days, but if they want to do an interview, I will do an interview.
Apparently they'll be happy to be interviewed. I don't know if it's someone from the camp itself that's messaging, but they're saying that we've got to hear the full story from their side.
I'm happy to hear the full story from their side and challenge. Because one of the things that I found funny, right? And I totally think I don't know why they're upset, because I most certainly don't ideologically agree with them. They were sitting on TV talking about how the Nazis hate so much while wearing an Abolish Australia t-shirt. I just thought that was crazy to see. But in this scenario, I do think that they are in the right. There is no justification for a group of men all dressed in black running towards people, and it was women and whatever, but to anyone, and starting to bash and steal their property and break their stuff. Like, there's no justification for that. Even if you say that they committed offences earlier, go and let law enforcement do their job. But I would be happy to interview them. Got no problems. So if they want to, they can tell them to connect us. We got natural... What do we got? Natural farmer Kenneth. Hubby was a day night... What?
It's so hard to read the name sometimes.
Sometimes. Hubby was a day night Jew Holocaust survivor. God bless. God bless.
Thanks for the super
chat.
I think Danish husband. I think
Danish
Danish. Does that mean Danish, or is that some type of Jewish?
No, I would say Danish. Yeah. Midweek Rap says, why Avi tried to pay two black guys to be a security? You were looking for trouble from the start. Okay, so that's now the
Two black guys. There's what, two black guys to be? in
Yeah,
security,
wait,
right?
don't. Daniel's as white as they come, mate. I didn't even think of it. I'm
There
just
was there
stuck.
was a there was a darker tone security, but like you Avi, I'll speak for you on this one. Like we kind of see the vitriol that's around there before we go to something. So you kind
Yeah.
of, this is from the left, this is from everyone. Like there's all these people are saying they're gonna like do this and do that. So you gotta have security. You gotta be responsible. You're going there with camera crew. You're going there with Benji. You got people there. You're doing a job. If you look at all the other newspapers, the media there, they have all their security as well. So it's a part of that doing that work, isn't it? To have
Daniel's
security with you.
identifying as black now, apparently. Yeah.
He looks a bit tan these days.
But if having security is looking for trouble, I wish I could go places without having security. But the whole reason I have security is because people attack me. I've had enough experience, and we look like this time we bought more security because it was so chaotic and hot online, and there was so many different groups that looked like they could hate me, and it turned out I was right. So well. I turned out it was right to have the security. There was actually a lot more love than I'd anticipated, which I feel humbled and grateful for, and hopeful. Spooky Andy says the Nazis might have led at first, but Aussies marched and kept each other in line, calling out bad behaviour. I was there. Thank you, Spooky. I wonder where you were. Like, were you close to the front? Like I was saying, like when you go a few rows back, you couldn't even see who was in front. So it did look like from the front, as they were just marching through the city, they were looking for people to punch and kick, and they did on the way. And then they claimed that was, they were amazing because they were the one that fought the lefties. Crisp Ovaries. Yes, that's a tweet. Give him a shout out.
He's probably going to watch this video and then do another video on this video.
Dude, and give us a transcript of it. Ape Ross says he was a leader of Palestine and basically was close allies. So he was. I know he was the Grand Mufti, I think.
He was photographed with Hitler, right?
I just don't know. I'm not sure what you were referring to, like how he's still. That's what I was confused about. Whether because you were saying if he's still.
I think he's saying
that.
I think he's saying that he was responsible for
his legacy. Yeah, but they were saying that the question was if I still think he's still involved in it or whatever. Which that's what I don't understand because I think he died in like the 70s.
I think what he means is that his legacy of spreading that kind of hatred of.
I think
Jews
it's older than
time.
him. I think it's also like
that's what he meant. I think
I think he was just one of many. It's doctrine. Roche says Chris Overees needs to lay off the HRT.
Is he transitioning? I don't know. Are you, Chris?
Averies is the reason why he's Averies. Thank you for that super chat. It added a lot to the story. Lizzie says, I really admire your work. Just wondering why not wear helmets at demos, even with bodyguards. Extra protection could help. Stay safe. To be honest, I've wore helmets in war zones and also at riots. I hate wearing them. And also I just think it's a bit ridiculous at a local protest that's not a riot, to be fair. I think, I don't get embarrassed by much. I think I'd be embarrassed rocking up to a protest with a helmet on. But I appreciate your care for our safety. But I don't think I'll wear helmets at Melbourne protests. I'll just make sure we have security. So guys who want to actually chip into the security, it is at protectrv.com. That is the security fund. Shout out to the veteran guy that had your back. Yeah, Dave is an absolute legend. And how he just came in and stood there and he was just like answering him back. It was funny. It was actually really entertaining.
It was good.
Yeah. Thanks for the super chat and thank you, Dave. Yes, shout out to Dave. Collie Trial says, Avi, are you cool with Nas Daily again? He's redeemed. Well, I actually did a you can look, I don't know, maybe it's probably 6 months ago, I did a podcast with him We're buddies again.
Best friends, it looks like.
We're best friends again. Look, I still think he's doesn't really practice a lot of the stuff he preached, but I think he's less preaching that stuff now. He does realize. Look, I had a good, honest conversation with him. Go check it out. Are we best friends? No, not really. I think we have different worldviews, but we realize that we are not each other's enemies. Cade just says, how many security guards do you have? There was a couple visible ones on the day. Let's put it that way. But I never have more than I need, that's for sure. Like we could see I could have done with a couple more. It was funny because after that day I got a bunch of messages from like tough security guards. I was like, oh yeah, let me know. I wouldn't mind joining the team. So we have guys now that it's always been hard to find good security that are willing and able, because unlike a lot of normal security jobs, like this can get hairy. So you need people that can hold themselves and do the job and are not afraid. But there's a couple more if you guys want to help with the security, it's more about funds now more than anything, and that's protectavi.com. Vesna Boric says, these Nazis are less danger than Albo's Klaus. I'll take that as a comment.
I mean, it's true, in a way.
In a way, it is. Sunnyside First Fleet says, are our Kiwi Patriots rising in New Zealand? In New Zealand, they have at least, like I wish I was in New Zealand in one degree. They have the Destiny Church, which, they were actually messaging me saying
they're actually planning. I don't know if it's Destiny's Church, but someone there is planning some type of patriotic march.
I know it is. He's doing the same thing. March for New Zealand. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, that's them. Okay.
Cruel Intention says, there is Tommy's Big Unite the Kingdom march in London on the 13th. There will be a march in the US also the same day, and the 13th is the proper non-NSN march against the government policy. Oh, that's interesting. It's the same day here they're doing it.
Oh, that's why the 13th. That makes sense.
Why they're doing it. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, that's why they're doing it on the 13th. I gotcha. And that's Tommy's whole thing. So anything that's going after him, I will support, because I know it's going to be. The organizer has good intentions, unlike cruel intentions. Catherine says Perth had Fon WA member of Parliament speak. Oh, that's good to hear.
Okay, that's good.
Thanks for the super chat. I'm just going through them a bit quicker so we can wrap up, because I'm getting tired.
Yeah, I just ordered my dinner. I just ordered my McDonald's.
At
I haven't had any food yet.
McDonald's. You make.
Hey, there's nothing else available. The room service gets done at 10 o'clock. I didn't get to eat after I literally got back from work.
You should have ordered and eaten it during the show.
I am committed to my live streaming, guys. I am committed, and I do a lot more live streaming than Avi.
Give him
Even
some.
though he pretends like he's tired. I do a lot more live streaming.
Give him a super chat for his effort. Real Eric says, love how the tolerant left yells, go back to England. Man, my family is from Estonia. Also, Rukhshan, don't forget the free clips I sent you.
Oh, so I haven't checked my email yet, man. I know a few people have sent me clips.
Somebody sent you that's useful for me, or what are we talking about?
I don't know. I haven't checked yet. I need to look at it.
Whoever gave you that other clip, I want the full clip. Anyways, yes, he will check
that was a good clip.
Well, that's going for Thursday, so see if they answer you. Jamie says Pauline Hanson is the Australian version of the Peshmerga in Question Time. Her statements and questions are like grenades. Love heart.
I mean, she's very experienced. She knows how to play that place.
She is good. I do love her. In Tunizel, why are these Jew haters protesting the Nazis? Why are these Jew haters protesting the Nazis?
It's funny. That is pretty funny if you think about it.
And that's what I said it to them. I said it to them. I said it to their face. Like, go and join them. You guys have more in common than you have. And you're right. You make the point that Joel Davis was actually Antifa before he got kicked out and joined the other side. Most not Z's in Australia are agent provocateurs for your government. The rest are dummies who get manipulated and used by feds. What's not Z's? Nazis are.
Not Nazis, yeah, it's possible. I mean, yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. I'd love to see proof of it. And because everybody does that about everyone. It's like controlled opposition or whatever. Like, again, I stand by my guess. And maybe your guess is more correct. My position is I would say that.
I mean, it's like apparently we're both Mossad, so prove it. You know what I mean? Like,
I'd say most of them are like. So you got the leader who's creating like a little cult following, and then you got a couple of cops in there that have infiltrated. Yeah, and they're going to get done for everything. Like those guys, I think the way they're playing it now. Because the problem for them is that they're not the left and they are low-hanging fruit for everyone, for the cops, for the government, for the DPP, for the judges, for every level in every jurisdiction of every branch of government. They are low-hanging fruit. They're what people use to pass laws. They're the ones that counter-terrorism legislation will be used against and celebrated and, frog marched. And it's all going to be a show on these guys. They're idiots because they're shooting themselves in the leg. They don't realize how despised they are and nobody has any sympathy for them. Yeah, great. Like, they're not like Tommy in the UK. Because
that's right.
That's the thing. Like, I think that Sewell looks at somebody like that in the UK and goes, well, if he goes to jail for 6 months, look how popular he got. But it wasn't the fact that he just went to jail that made him. It was the whole story behind it. It was the injustice of it. Literally everybody watching what happened on Sunday are saying, except for their little nutty fringe group of potentially half-feds, everybody else is celebrating, going, yes, the police need to do their job. Yeah, and what I'm adding to that is that I think the police need to apply the same pressure to the other side because I think they're just as bad. Bad.
Agree.
Talk is that Sewell incident was orchestrated. That's always the talk. I don't know. Thank you for the super chat, though.
Thanks, mate.
Internizal says, actual fact, the word Albanese is exchangeable with the word Albanese, both Albanian from Albania. I don't know.
Oh, really? Albanese?
I thought it was just saying like anus. Albanese. That's what I thought. Anyways, I don't know if I'm missing something there. Thank you for the super chat. Paul Murray says, what's the estimate of the demographic that attended? I saw many 50 plus. Yeah, it was like, I would say, yeah, probably guessing average would have been 50. Do you reckon?
I know there are a few, like a lot of young couples and young people there as well.
But I think there was old. I think
most were older. Like, yeah.
I would say 50 was probably the average.
Yeah.
Glad to see Varun again. Thank you for the super chat. Glad to see you all okay. Daniel flattened that Nazi. Laugh my ass off. Avi and Rukhshan, really tall and strong in person. It is funny because like that first camera didn't capture a couple of the landing things. I've got it on the other camera and you'll see it. But and we did see the one that really like punched him and that Daniel got him. He was wearing glasses like sunnies and he had a black eye for the rest of the event. So listen, Daniel's an absolute beast and he just did his job like an absolute pro. And I'm grateful and thankful that I have him. And those of you who want to support, we gave him a little bonus on the other day because you have to. But that's protectavi.com for those of you that want to help us out.
Oh, my order's been picked up.
Are you getting hungry?
If you see me looking down, I'm looking at my order because I'm thinking about food. But I'm interested as well to the super chats, I promise.
Maddie, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for the support. Marcus says that chick should lose 35 pounds before making videos. I think we know who we're talking about, but I'm just not going to fat shame the fatty. Thank you for the super chat. Abby, who dared say Abby after that? Now I have no idea who we're talking about. Abby hasn't received her propaganda data update. That's actually
Abby
quite funny.
Chatfield.
Yeah, that's who they're talking about. It's from that time of the thing. Maddie says, hey Avi, I love watching you guys. Hope you're okay from the other day when you got attacked. Let's send them overseas. How will they go then? Yes. Well,
I mean,
he might be getting deported.
He might be getting deported
To New Zealand. That will be funny if he gets deported. What is it called? It'll be poetic justice, that. Varan says, yeah, what does Abby know? She's whinging her fat butt at an Adam Bant rave.
Yeah, she went to a Greens event
that.
with Adam Bant.
That was pretty funny. And then she was like, when they lost so badly, she's like, everybody, that was like probably one of my favorite days in life.
Such a loser.
Effie says, great show, guys, except when Abby comes on, laugh out loud. Look, no show can be perfect. Thank you, Effie. Australia says, Abby is the type of person to smell her own farts. To be honest, there's nothing wrong with smelling your own farts. Come on.
You guys have not been around Avi Yemeni.
You guys.
It's
Thank you,
problematic
Australia.
words.
I hope that doesn't ruin a person. If that's your qualifier, I might be in trouble. Varan says, Abby, lead by example, leave Australia decolonise. 100% agree. What a good idea. And it's so true. Just go. If you think it's so bad, go back to where you come from then, mate.
The land you stole, Abby.
Yeah. Jimmel says, Jimmel, good to see you making a comment, and I love the star next to your name. Thank you for your hard work in documenting the truth. Australia is lucky to have you both. Really appreciate it. Thank you. It is nice to hear. And I'm feeling the love. I'm saying it and I'm saying it again. We're feeling the love. So I'm definitely feeling it. I'm assuming you're feeling it too. Yeah. And
I got my food's 5 minutes away. All right, 5 minutes away.
Well, I'm smashing them out. I'm doing them a lot faster than you do them. Lukey, I missed Lukey tonight. Anyone can talk about race politics unless it's whites. Now that they are, it's a major problem, and Nazis BS is a psyop as peeps are getting based on Jews. I can't even bother.
Yeah, no, I get what he's trying to say, but no, white people can talk about.
But you can talk about. You can talk about.
You just don't have to be like.
That's a straw. That's such a straw man argument. Like you guys keep doing that. It's like I talk about white lives matter. I used to do that. I do it. I talk about the white farmers and anti-white racism. I do it. It's not people's. So it's not about that. It's that you want to. It's the second half of your comment where it's all about Jews for you. And look, and that's why, like when that Oz Pill was saying, "Oh, what's woke right?" and I was like, "It's the same. You're the same." The woke left, those guys blame the white man. The woke right, you guys blame the Jews. You're the same. You're just blaming someone else.
They blame everyone. The Indians. They blame Uber drivers. They blame everyone for
they blame everyone for their failures in life. You suck, and that's the only thing. Like Abby Chatfield's kind of right, but she's she's the same. She's not kind of. Anyways, whatever. Don't take that out of context here. Varan says, but was his eyes as crazy as Daniel Andrews? No one's eyes is as that crazy as Daniel Andrews. Varan, you should know that. Emma says, Abby C is the last person to criticize the protesters' looks. Chancellor Goron needs to return to Klingon Empire. With
I think Chancellor Goron is one of those the Klingon like from Star Trek. It's like they've got like a big forehead and
wow. Look, that's a reference I wouldn't have known. But
no.
We might need. If I had more time,
maybe I'll go get my food and come back up. Is there a lot of super chats? I'll do that.
There is 20 left. Yeah, do you want it? Is it ready? Is it there?
Mate, this guy is riding this bicycle really fast. Because it's not a bike, it might be a bit slower. But
I'll read these. Tell me when you got to go. Straya says Abby has the IQ of an anthropomorphic. I feel like you guys just put words in there that we can't read. Dog poo. That's me being charitable. Thanks for your charity, Australia. Next time, use smaller words for me, Rukhshan. Thanks for immigrants.
Aussie.
Mark says Aussie, not Z's, are tools of the government, intelligence, and law enforcement, just like not Z's are here in the US. Agent provocateur, as usually, it's a bit similar to your last comment. Thank you so much for the super chat. Lukey, the Jewish best friend. I remember he claimed he was Jewish last time. And linking Nazi to living off the grid sovereign, weird. Yeah, that's also true. I'll give you that one. The whole tying it to that guy.
They're taking that whole too. They're taking all of that too far, obviously.
Elgran, why does Friendly Geordies hate you so much, Avi? He can't shut STO? Is that shut?
I'll be back. I'm going to get my food. I'll be back.
I don't know. Maybe ask him. I don't know why he hates me.
Keep reading the super chats, Avi. I'll be back.
Yeah, I will. Friendly George, I don't know. When was he? What did he say about me now? They hate me because they want to be me. That's what it is. We'll just go with that. Lisa says to be split between Daniel's chiropractor and reprint of NS Guide to Good Manners. Thank you for the super chat. Again, super generous. Well, really appreciate you, Lisa. What do we got? Bicklin says, love from New York City. Avi, my question is, how do you respond to idiots calling it a genocide in Gaza? I know what I'd say, but would love to hear it in your words. Look, people every single day call it genocide to me. And the thing is, if you repeat a lie enough, it becomes fact in people's minds. And that's kind of what has happened around the world. It is Israel derangement syndrome. You can't you can't accept it as the fact, and you've just got to deny that genocide. This has not been, I know today, the panel of experts came out, activist experts came out declaring it a genocide. Genocide experts. Well, we know how the experts like to declare facts that were not proven in science during COVID. I'm not trusting the experts. It didn't turn out too well last time. The thing is, it's not a genocide by any stretch of the real meaning of genocide. The only people that say it's genocide are one, activists, and that organization that declared it and all the media ran with it. They're activists. The UN, they're the organization's part of UNRWA, so the UN in the Palestinian territories. They're literally half terrorists. So once the dust settles at the end of it all and all the investigations actually happen, it'll all come out that it was not what they claim. But for now, how do you say it? You just say, what genocide? Explain to me how this is possibly a genocide, because for genocide, you have the components of the alleged crimes, but the most important part to it is the intent. And the intent makes no sense here. There is no way, because if the intention was really there, well, it would have been well and truly over by now. But it's a tough one, because it's being that libel has been spread so much, so far, by so many for now so long that now I'm kind of hungry.
I'm very excited
for Macca's. Macca's delivery, doesn't it come soggy?
I'm so excited. I don't know. I don't care right now. I'm so excited. But I can wait now. It's here. I just ordered it.
Varen says, you won't be fighting alone. I'll be by your side. Thank you, Varen. I'm getting tired. Mark says, commies, Nazis, and jihadis have micro penises. I'll take that as the experts, basically.
Someone's saying I'm doing an Uber delivery. I'm not. I'm not doing Uber delivery. I understand the stereotype, but I'm not.
Hey, Voice Down Under says, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. What are you going to answer to that, Rukhshan?
Oi, oi, oi.
There we go. Good boy.
Large Big Mac meal, guys. Who's asking? Large Big Mac meal.
Oh, yum. I want a Big Mac. He had no idea where we were going to march. People want to break up and go to the steps of Parliament, and the other one want to go to the shrine. I think they actually went in two directions, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I think that the people that absolutely didn't want to follow those guys and understood what were happening, I think they went the other way.
Yeah.
Yes. Good point. It's actually, you see it in the live. Australia. That goes against everything I've been practicing. I've actually been saying Australia right for the last few weeks. If you guys have noticed, I've really trained myself. Jake Rattlesnake is a legend. Defs, check him out. All right, I'll check him out.
I know who this is now. Yeah, we should. Yeah, definitely.
What is he? Is he like comedy or is he like
some commentator?
Oh, commentator. Okay. Catherine says, do a Substack. Hubby said, no more Google chats.
Yeah, Catherine has actually asked us about. She does a lot of super chats, and she's saying we should have some sort of membership or something that people can, have a monthly membership and contribute.
They do it on YouTube, don't you? Have yours turned on?
No, I haven't looked into all that.
Yeah, so you just got to turn it on.
But thank you, Catherine. Thank you for the support. We support your husband as well, in the sense that he's probably seeing all these super chats come out, and I totally get it. We'll figure something out. Do
you need me to call your husband and tell him to stop being a Jew? Benji, not our Benji. Let's go with that. The NSN are wearing jackets, the clothing brand Helly Hansen. Their sales are gonna plummet. It's not really their fault, is it?
I know it's not really their fault, but yeah, I get the point.
It's a bit like, you know what it reminds me of? Tell me what I'm thinking of. Who ruined a brand jacket?
Our most esteemed premier that wants his statue around Melbourne now, Mr. Daniel Andrews, and he had, was it not Kathmandu? It was the other one.
Face.
North Face. The North Face jacket.
Cruel Intentions. This one is just to be annoying. Don't read it out. Stop reading. Seriously.
People are messing with us now. Thanks, mate.
Thanks for the super chat. The real Eric says, last super chat from me tonight. Need to save money for the new gimbal as I burnt out the one I had at the march. But today, Avi and thank you, Rukhshan, for good work on the ground. You know what? If you send me, I don't know. Look, I have an old gimbal, so I don't know. I haven't used it for a few years. Like, it's just for a phone. I haven't used it. Like, it's a DJI. I don't know what model, so maybe they're much more fancy now. But it was expensive when I got it.
More fancy now.
Are they? Because I was going to say, I don't mind to send it to you. It's just like rotting away in my cupboard. If you send me an email, I'll feel good that somebody's using it. If you send me avi@rebelnews.com, I will send you my old gimbal that it was always working perfectly. I just moved on to different equipment. I don't know. What do you reckon?
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's very generous of you.
avi@rebelnews.com. I'll send it to you via
I should have
post.
asked you for old equipment.
What do you mean? I've got all your old equipment. Kate says, what do you think of the angry Aussies?
Angry Aussie. Gotta check that as well, because it could be. I'm thinking about those two angry guys that were yelling about climate change, or that one guy, or it's the actual page.
I don't know. All right, another one for we got the rattlesnake, and now we got the angry Aussie. Oh, day night means. All right, you were right. It was a Jewish thing. Day night means
Wait,
from the
what
tribe
kind of Jew are
Dan.
you?
Well,
what kind of Jew are you? That's why I asked you. Because I'm like going Danish Jews, because I'm like, maybe they're like.
I would have assumed Danish Jews. I didn't think Danite from the tribe of Dan. I wouldn't know. How do you know somebody's from the tribe of Dan? It must be something I don't know. That's not very possible. I know everything. Thanks for the super chat. The last protests were made to stop the international students came to Australia, and these already here returning to our country. What?
The last
These-
protests were made to stop the international students coming to Australia, and these already here are returning to our countries. Those already here returning to our countries. So I think I know what they're trying to say. So I
Why are
think
you not
they're saying
eating?
that-
Eat your Big Mac.
Nah, I'm not gonna eat on a stream.
What do you
not
wanna
yet.
watch?
I don't even have space in this hotel. Like I have the tiniest table in the world. Thank you for the super chat.
Let's
We're
end
going
it. We
to
got 4
Sniper.
more super chats, so let's end it. Thank you for that super chat. I'm not entirely sure what you're saying, but appreciate the super chat. Salesman says the truth is, in the Christian Holy Bible and Jesus Christ is Amen. We'll take that as a
He's
comment.
king. Amen. Amen.
What did I say? Jesus Christ is King. Did I not say that?
No.
Shall I read it again? Because I know, like Christians love it if I say this stuff. The truth is in the Christian Holy Bible and Jesus Christ is King. Amen.
Amen.
That can be clipped now and sent to my rabbi to say that I have officially joined Yeshua. Benji says
I like this Benji. This Benji's actually got money.
It's a better
And
Benji than that one. It takes a certain type of freak who want to date someone. Abby Chatfield. I mean, who the hell would want to make love?
I don't want
to
to.
that
I don't want
type
to
of
even
person?
imagine. I don't want to even imagine this particular image or picture, mate. Benji, you put these ideas into the world.
Do you
Maybe
still
it
like
is the same
Benji?
Ben. Maybe
Yeah, it does sound like something Benji would say. One more for the road, Prime Minister Albanese. I'm just going to go with Albanese. That's how he wants
I don't think
to-
Albanese is Albanian. He's Italian
He's not.
heritage,
He's Italian.
right?
This guy's playing with us. He's Albanese. That's what he wants us to say, Albanese. That's what it is. Varan, another one. Thank you. Did you get the Happy Meal, Rukhshan? Did you get a Happy Meal? No, you got a Big Mac meal.
I didn't get a Happy Meal. I got a Big Mac meal, but I'll be.
Why?
very
Don't you want a
with
Happy
this
Meal for the little
order.
toy? Don't you want the toy?
No, I'm well
sorry.
past that.
And last but not least, Rukhshan, mukbang that burger.
I will, whatever mukbang means, I will be doing that to the burger for sure.
Guys, this was a long stream. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Remember, before you leave, smash that like button, give it a share, and if you haven't already, subscribe to the channels, subscribe and hit that notification bell, because I promise you the live streams coming up are going
100%, guys.
to be
Thanks for
worth
joining in. You can follow us on our socials. Catch up with me at The Real Rukhshan on X, on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. That's usually where I hang out on my platforms. Avi is you're all over the place, aren't you? But
follow
you got a
Avi.com. I've got
website.
all my follow
Avi.com.
Avi.com. You have all my links. In fact, I didn't add. I should add my new TikTok. It's been working. So
Add your TikTok.
I got millions of views this week.
I'm about to go do my extra
Bon
work.
appetit, bro.
I'm going to deliver this to the correct people and do my service as an Uber driver.
Daniel, shout out to Daniel. He's still. I couldn't believe Daniel's still moderating. I can see in the comments. Jeez, Daniel, good
Mate,
night.
well done, mate.
See you at
And
this.
that's not
We have a morning meeting at 7:00. Good night,
Awesome.
guys. Thanks for tuning in.
Thanks, guys. Have
Love
a good
you
night.
all.
Bye.